executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight two of radio's outstanding personalities, Frank Reddick and Jan Miner, in an original play titled Death Has a Cold Breath.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little, as we discover that death has a cold breath. Your name is Andy Marlowe. Once you were a very successful publicity agent. But this morning, as you slouch behind your big mahogany desk, you feel terrible. You're nursing a hangover. You're worrying about the IOUs you've been passing out the last few months to certain rather tough individuals who run gambling houses. You're slipping fast. Your bankroll is gone. Your girl, Julie, who's just as hard and beautiful as the diamond she loves to wear, is looking for greener pastures. And you're on the skids. Unless you come up with a smart idea. You stare at your appointment pad with bleary eyes. The first name on it is Harold Farrington. Harold Farrington, the matinee idol of 20 years back. Now he's a has-been ham. You almost tell your assistant to send him away, but you change your mind and have him sent in.
Andy, old boy, you're looking splendid. I just got back from Florida. Thought I'd drop in and say hello.
Sit down, Harold, and cut out the hot air. You haven't the price of a trip to South Jersey, much less Florida, and I know it.
Always bluff and direct, Andy. That's what I like about you. Yes, it's embarrassing to admit it, but I am financially substandard at the moment.
If it's a touch, Harold, the answer is no.
I wouldn't dream of asking you for a loan, Andy. I want to retain you, to enlist your services to put me once again on the front pages. Remember 6 months ago, you dreamed up that idea of a national theater that I hoped to found? That got me nice headlines, Andy.
Yes, but you didn't get a job out of it. I'm going to be frank with you, Harold.
Of course, old man, of course.
The only way you'll ever work on Broadway again is to get a job in the street cleaning department.
Andy. But I know you're only joking. Just remind the public of me and the women will clamor to see me again. I've always had success with the women, you know.
The answer is no. I like to get paid for my services.
But you will, Andy. 6 months ago, for your last campaign, I made you sole beneficiary in my will. You'll collect when I die.
Sole beneficiary in your will. What a laugh. I think I fell for your line about having trust funds that would pay off when you died. I checked up later. You don't even own a spare suit of clothes.
I admit I exaggerated. I confess
Oh,
it.
that's mighty white of you.
However, this might interest you. A letter that was forwarded to me last week. Read what it says.
6 pages in a woman's handwriting, reeking with gardenia perfume. Phooey.
It's from a wealthy widow in Boston. 25 years ago, she was an admirer of mine. Her name is Abby Wilson, Mrs. Abby Wilson, and she's worth $500,000.
Harold, you bore me. So does Mrs. Abby Wilson. Now get to the point, will you?
I am, Andy. She's ill, slowly dying. And having read about my plan to start a theater which I would run in the interests of a free, untrammeled stage, she decided to make the dream possible by leaving me all her money when she dies. Now, don't you see, Andy, that will of mine is now worth something. When Mrs. Abby Wilson dies, I'm a rich man.
Pipe dreams, Harold. She's probably a crackpot in an old lady's home. And to show you what I think of your will, in which I'm sole beneficiary, let's see, it ought to be in this drawer here. Yeah, here it is. Now, watch, Harold. There's your precious will where it belongs, in the wastebasket. Now, get out of here, you old has-been. I'm busy.
Your exasperation finally has gotten the better of you, Andy. You kick Harold Farrington out. Then, feeling worse than ever, you slump in your chair again. You're still slouched there half an hour later when the telephone rings.
Hello.
Hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Julie.
My, the Wonder Boy sounds as if he had a hangover this morning.
No, I'm all right. Just catching a little cold, that's all.
Oh, then you'll probably be glad to have me break our date for tonight.
Break our date?
Yes. I won't be able to make it tonight, Andy. So sorry.
Why won't you be able to make it? I've had those tickets for weeks.
I'm flying out to the coast at midnight, sweetheart. Bill Wentworth is throwing a really big house party, and then a cruise on his yacht afterward.
What?
He phoned last night to invite me, and I accepted.
Julie, you can't walk out on me like this. Just because Wentworth has money.
And you have charm, Andy. But the charm's been wearing a little thin lately. And so has your bankroll. So goodbye, darling. See you around.
Julie, wait. Oh, the hard-boiled little gold diggers. I'll get another bankroll somehow. And she'll come running back. I know Julie.
For a moment, Andy, you daydream about being rich again. But you're rudely interrupted by the sound of an argument outside and your office door opens.
Hello, Marlowe. Your office boy didn't want to let me in, but I persuaded him I had business with you.
Oh, hello, Rocky. I'm glad you dropped in.
Yeah.
I've been planning to get in touch with you. I've got a big deal in the fire.
Huh?
Yeah, gonna get a big fee out of it.
Well, I hope you do, Andy, for your sake.
So, Rocky, I just wanted to ask you if you could just wait a few days on those IOUs. I'll really be flush.
Well, nobody ever said Rocky Smith wasn't a reasonable man. What's your idea of a few days?
Well, naturally, I don't get my fee until my client begins to see himself in the headlines, so... Well, how about 60 days, Rocky?
Huh. Because I never got past the 8th grade, Marlowe. But 60 seems to me considerably more than a few. I'll let you have 3 days. And that's all.
When he's gone, you hastily pour yourself a drink, Andy. Just then your telephone rings. You let it ring. What can it be but more bad news? Finally, the ringing gets on your nerves. You answer it.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Andrew Marlowe?
Yes, this is Marlowe speaking.
Well, my name is Phelps, Mr. Marlowe. I'm calling from Boston.
Yes, Mr. Phelps.
Well, Mr. Marlowe, I'm very anxious to contact Mr. Harold Farrington. I believe he's a client of yours.
Well, you could call it that. Yeah, he was here. Left about half an hour ago.
Oh, well, can you possibly locate him for me, Mr. Marlowe? It's rather important. You see, I represent the estate of the late Mrs. Abby Wilson. I'm anxious...
Wait a minute. Did you say the estate of the late Mrs. Abby Wilson?
Well, yes, Mr. Marlowe. Mrs. Wilson died day before yesterday. And it appears that her new will leaves everything she owns to Mr. Farrington. I believe she was once an admirer of his.
Oh, yes. I know all about that, Mr. Phelps. I'll tell you, I'll locate Harold for you. You just leave it to me.
Well, I certainly appreciate it, Mr. Marlowe. I'd like him here for the probating of the will. Of course, as soon as the news gets out...
He goes on talking, but you're not listening, Andy. Your mind is working like lightning now. So that crazy story of Harold's about a rich widow leaving him everything was true. Like a fool, you tore up Harold's will, making you his heir. There must be some way to save the situation. Then it comes to you. The whole plan in one brilliant inspiration.
So, Mr.
You
Marlowe,
interrupt
I
the
want
lawyer.
to stress...
Oh, Mr. Phelps, excuse me, please, but
Yes, Mr. Marlowe?
if you let me handle all the publicity, I can keep it dignified and still make it a valuable asset to Mr. Farrington's plan.
Well, yes, I can understand that.
Now, if you'll see to it that nobody else hears about this until you and me and Mr. Farrington can get together...
Why, I think that can be managed, Mr. Marlowe.
Good. Then I'm going to hang up now and find Farrington. And when I do, I'll phone you. So, goodbye for now, Mr. Phelps.
You hang up and snatch that torn-up will from the wastebasket. Carefully, you paste the torn will together with Scotch tape. Then you set out to find Harold Farrington. You try his rooming house first.
No, Mr. Farrington ain't in. I don't know where he is, and I don't care. Unless he comes back with the $35,000 rent he owes me. You might try Tim O'Sullivan's saloon round the corner. That's where he usually hangs out.
You hurry to the corner saloon, but the actor's not there. Desperately perspiring in your anxiety, you try all the other local saloons. At last you find him. In a corner table in the cheapest bar of them all. You can see he's almost pie-eyed.
Well, this is my good old friend Andy. Have a drink. It's not good liquor, but it's cheap. That's his great recommendation. It's cheap.
Yes, I'm sorry, Harold. I can't drink now. I've hunted you up to apologize. I was only joking this morning. I am going to put on a campaign for you. I'm going to get your name in all the papers.
Well, that's mighty fine, Andy. Calls for a celebration. Waiter, 2 more.
You sit down, Andy, controlling your impatience. You bring out the damaged will and get Harold to initial each torn section. Then you tell him about your publicity scheme for him. He's to disappear, you explain, after threatening to kill himself.
Threaten to kill myself, eh? To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, and there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. Shakespeare, Andy. All right, sounds like a good scheme. I'll cooperate.
Your plan is working, Andy. Working beautifully. You get Harold Farrington into the phone booth. You phone Ross of the Daily Ledger, and Farrington talks to him.
Hello, Ross. This is Harold Farrington. Just wanted to tell you I'm going to play a big role soon in The Tragedy of Man. I'm going to play the corpse. What am I talking about? I'm just trying to tell you, old boy, the time has come to ring down the curtain. Going to end the little drama of Harold Farrington. Hello. Andy, how do you like that? He said I was drunk, and he hung up.
Yes, your scheme is working beautifully. You have Harold Farrington phone all the critics and tell them he's going to kill himself. But then Farrington collapses. Desperately, you realize you have to have help. You telephone Julie. You persuade her to bring her car and meet you. You show her the will. Tell her about Mrs. Abby Wilson.
Surely, Julie, you understand. If this will is legal, I'll come at $500,000 soon.
I understand that, darling. But just how are you going to collect? I mean, suppose dear Harold decides to stay alive and then changes his will.
He won't. I mean, how long can he live drinking as he does? He's on his last legs.
You mean you'll keep him supplied with free liquor until he obligingly drinks himself to death, Andy dear?
Yes, something like that. I haven't time to tell you the details now, but somebody has to get Harold to my cabin up in the woods and keep him hidden there. That's your job, Julie. Get him there, keep him there, and don't let anybody know he is there. Darling, for both our sakes, say you'll do it.
Well, it means missing Bill Wentworth's party, but all right, I'll do it. Only, Andy, darling, this scheme of yours had better pay off.
So that's taken care of. Julie starts off for your secluded cabin in the mountains with Harold Farrington. You promise to join her the following night. The next morning, you get busy on the phone, ostensibly trying to trace Farrington. Among others, you call your old friend, the theatrical critic, Paul Milton.
Yes, Paul, I am worried about Harold Farrington. It's no gag. I know he called you yesterday and threatened to commit suicide, and I think he meant it. I'm really worried about him. Okay, I'll keep looking. See you soon, Paul. We'll have a drink together.
Paul Milton's skepticism is typical, and it's just what you want. Last of all, you call another old friend, Captain Harry Banning, in the Bureau of Missing Persons.
Oh, now, Harry, I'm not trying to drum up a story. Farrington really is missing. I want you to put out a missing persons notice on... Well, if that's the way you feel about it, I'll have to find him without any help from the police.
You hang up, and you're pleased, Andy. Very pleased. That evening, you catch the train for the little town of Ridge Gap, where your cabin is located. At the Ridge Gap station, you slip away into the darkness without being noticed. It's bitterly cold, but you walk the 2 miles to your cabin. There you find Julie and Harold Farrington having a drink in the living room. After the necessary greetings, you waste no time in getting down to business.
Well, kids, we're rolling. The editors are beginning to believe in your suicide, Harold.
Andy, I'm not so sure that the suicide is a good publicity angle. The more I think about it...
Of course it's a good angle. Isn't it, Julie?
Why, of course it is, Harold. Why, it'll get the critics to writing long, appreciative articles about you. The kinds of thing the producers all notice.
Well, maybe, but I still think...
Harold, you hired me to do the thinking. Now, listen. You write me a long letter of farewell. Understand?
A letter of farewell. Well, I could do that with the quotations from my great plays, Macbeth, Hamlet.
That's it, Harold?
Yes. I'll take the letter back to New York with me. I'll call all the critics. I'll get a couple of them to rush up here with me. Now, just before we get here, you take 1 sleeping tablet. Then pretend to be unable to wake until we've worked over you for at least half an hour. You got it?
Yes, of course. I could do that.
Look absolutely on the level. Tomorrow evening, your name will be headlines from coast to coast.
Well, if you're sure, Andy.
I'm positive. Now, sit down at my desk and start writing that suicide note. And be sure to apologize to me for using my cabin. You understand, Harold?
You leave Harold Farrington busy writing the suicide letter. You take Julie into the next room to tell her the rest of your plan.
And as soon as he finishes that letter, Harold's going to die. You understand that, don't you, Julie?
Die? Andy, you didn't say anything about that when you sent me up here with him. I'm not going to have anything to do with murder.
Harold will drink himself to death in another 6 months. What difference does it make if he goes now? It means $500,000 to us, me and you. It's perfectly safe. By now, half New York knows Harold was threatening to kill himself.
You go on
If he married
talking,
you,
persuading
you'd be
her.
rich.
And when you
All
want to
putting up
be,
a
you
little
can
act
be
for only a few
very,
days.
very
Maybe
persuasive.
a few hours.
At last, Julie gives in to your scheme.
All right, Andy, I'll do it. But let's get it over with quickly.
You go back into the living room. Harold has finished writing his farewell to you and the world, and he's reading it aloud with great self-appreciation.
Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Oh, there you are, Andy. Listen, I think this is rather good.
He begins at the beginning and reads the whole letter to you. It's what you want, exactly. As he reads, you busy yourself fixing him a drink, and into the drink, you pour the contents of a small bottle. Harold Farrington finishes his letter and waits for your applause.
That's splendid, Harold. Simply terrific.
It nearly made me cry, just listening to it.
I think without undue modesty, one could say it's good theater. Oh, is that a drink for me, Andy?
Well, it isn't for anybody else, Harold.
Thank you. I've earned this drink. Well, bottoms up.
He drinks, and in 5 minutes, it's all over. For one last instant, he stares at you accusingly, then his eyes close, and he falls forward on the desk.
He's dead. Perfect, Julie. Couldn't have worked out better.
Oh, now what, Andy? Back to New York and come find him tomorrow or the next day?
No. It's all going to be settled tonight.
Tonight?
Yes. There's a very special reason why. I owe some money. But tomorrow I've got to be able to prove I can pay it from the inheritance. Now, we're going to drive to Ridge Gap, have dinner, and pretend we're on our way up here from New York. Then we arrive here, find Harold dead, and phone the sheriff. That's all there is to it.
Andy, now wait a minute.
What is it?
What time is Harold supposed to have died?
Well, sometime last night when I was in New York.
That's impossible. His body, it'll still be warm when the sheriff gets here. The sheriff will know that Harold must have died this evening.
Yeah. That's right. Forgot that. I can't wait till tomorrow. Just can't. I got it.
What?
It's cold out. Only about 15 above zero.
Yeah.
We put Harold out on the terrace, chair and all, for half an hour. And then he'll be cold, plenty cold. It'll seem as if he died hours ago.
Swiftly, you and Julie lift the chair in which Harold Farrington sits. You carry it out on the terrace in the bitterly cold wind. There you leave Harold to cool a bit. Back in the house, you set everything straight, remove all evidence of Julie's having been there. You wait half an hour, 45 minutes. Then you carry Harold back in, chair and all, and pose him properly in front of the desk where his touching suicide note waits. The picture is perfect.
Cold enough now. Feel his forehead.
He's like ice.
Yeah. That's because he died last night, my dear. Now let's go. Have dinner at the village. Make sure we're seen. Then come up here and discover Harold.
Your program goes off without a hitch, Andy. In the village of Ridge Gap, you make sure witnesses see you eating. You tell the waitress you're just on your way to the cabin. Then you drive up and find poor Harold's body. In half an hour, the sheriff is there with the coroner. The sheriff looks around, listens to your story, reads the letter Harold so obligingly wrote, and nods.
Yep. Certainly is plain enough story, Mr. Marlowe. Poor fella, down on his luck, decided to end it all. You say you gave him a key to this cabin 6 months ago?
Yes, that's right, Sheriff. 6 months ago, I did a publicity campaign for him, and he used to come up here to work out our plans. I gave him a key then, and he kept it.
And poor Harold crept here to die in hiding.
That's how it goes. Well, I guess there's no use our hanging around any longer. Poor fella's stone cold. Means he died last night or this morning, I guess. Well, Doc, let's phone Williams, the undertaker, and get this over with.
I guess we better wait a mite before we call the undertaker, Sheriff.
Wait? What for?
There's something a bit peculiar here.
Peculiar? Well, what do you mean, Doc?
Let's feel this fellow's forehead. Mighty cold, isn't it?
That's right. Cold as ice. Shows he's been dead quite some time.
Yes, everybody knows that. It's in every detective story. His forehead was as cold as ice. Wish I had $1 for each time I've read that.
Yes, but I'm afraid you don't get my point. You see, a dead body can only cool off to the temperature of the room it's in.
Oh, well, what are you getting at?
Just this. I took the temperature of this suicide. His body temperature's only 45 degrees.
45 degrees?
That's right.
Well, how could that be, Doc? This room is 70 degrees. Tain't possible.
Andy.
Be quiet, Julie.
You're right, Sheriff. It isn't possible. Unless this suicide walked outdoors and practically froze himself. He came back in, sat down, and waited for us. And I don't think he did.
What you're saying, Doc, is, it's not suicide. It's murder. And I reckon we got the murderers right here in this room with us. Well, folks, how about it?
This is the mysterious traveler again. Dear me, it's a cold wind that blows nobody good, isn't it? Yes, Andy and Julie were persuaded to confess. It wasn't hard to get a confession, since each rushed in to blame the other. Such a clever scheme, too. Not a flaw in it. If only Andy hadn't been in such a hurry to cool the corpse off. The moral is, never rush a corpse. Let it take its own time, even if it kills you. Oh, that reminds me of next week's story, The Hot Seat. It's about a dim-witted fellow with but one thing in mind, revenge. However, his weapon was not the knife, gun, or poison. It was... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. The role of the mysterious traveler is played by Maurice Tarplin. This is Jack Farron speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. Today, Glenn Hall Taylor's suspenseful drama, The Hidden Drama. The past is always present. Starring Peter Lucas. In the Mutual Broadcasting System presentation of The Zero Hour.
Brought to you by the Ford Motor Company and Lazy Boy Recliners. Also by State Farm Insurance, International Harvester, and Quaker State Motor Oil. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Shapes the present. On occasion, it may destroy the present. The young man in our story has learned to live with his past. The young lady, his fiancée, has not learned of his past. Thus it is that these two people must face a crisis. A crisis spawned by a past of which one of them is unaware, and which the other has long presumed to have been forgotten. Tonight they've enjoyed attending their weekly movie. As our story starts to unfold, they have come from the theater's auditorium to walk blinking into the brightness of the crystal chandeliered lobby.
Let me help you on with your jacket, Marion.
Thanks.
A good movie, huh?
Oh, I loved it.
Can I have my handkerchief back now?
Oh, I'm sorry, here.
Thanks. And next week I'll bring an extra one.
Next week I won't need one. It's a Woody Allen picture, remember?
Oh, you cry anyway. By the way, how can you cry and eat popcorn at the same time?
It's strictly a feminine trick. Oh, wait a minute, Larry. I'll be right back. I want to powder my nose.
Okay. I'll wait right over there near the exit.
Don't turn around. That's a gun in my pocket.
Well, who are you?
Never mind. I start walking.
Well, what's the idea? Where are you taking me?
To that car at the curb.
But my girl expects me to be...
You're just going to have to wait.
Why are you doing this?
Frankie Gordon wants to see you. Now get in.
Look.
Okay, Smitty. Take off.
When I came to, I was still in the car into which I'd been tumbled with that caulk on my head. It was throbbing as though it were being alternately blown up and deflated like a kid's balloon. My first thought was, where in the heck am I? And my second was a panicky one, wondering what had happened to Marion. Floyd, the creep who had knocked me out, was watching me suspiciously. Well, I don't know why, because I couldn't have done a thing if I tried. He had me on the floor on the rear of the car with the heels of his elevator shoes resting on my ribs. He must have looked through that hole I felt in my head and read my mind. Because the first thing he said when I looked up at him was,
"Don't worry about that little broad of yours. She's going to be okay if you behave yourself."
Where are we going?
Never mind. Just enjoy the ride.
Oh, whew. Did you have to slug me so hard?
Yeah, I like to be sure the first time.
Oh, aren't you afraid that when Marion can't find me, she'll contact the police?
Nah, she'll figure it was a mistake. She'll check out your pad before she reports you missing. By that time, we'll have things under control.
What's Frankie want to see me about? I already told him I couldn't help him on that store job. Man, I work there. I have a legitimate job. I live a legitimate life.
Yeah, I got news for you, lover boy. We knocked over that stool already. Tonight.
You did? Oh, my head hurts like my brains were leaking out. Let me set up, will you?
Hey, better watch that guy, Floyd. Could be a trick.
Don't worry, I can handle him. You just keep your mind on your driving. Okay, punk, you can get up, but don't try nothing funny or I'll fill you full of 38s.
Oh, man. I thought I'd never get my back straightened out. I should have worn a do not fold, spindle, or mutilate sign. If you knocked over the store already, why does Frankie want to see me?
Well, the cops give us some trouble tonight. Frankie's brother got shot real bad. The only one that could have tipped him off was you.
No way, man. That's a lie, and you know it.
I don't know nothing. Frankie's the one who knows.
Oh, my head. You got a cigarette?
You're lucky you're in my left-hand pocket, because I'm not about to let go of this gun. Guess I can reach him. Hey, Smitty, he jumped. Slow down.
Hello?
Marion?
Oh, Larry, what happened to you? I looked all over the lobby, and I waited, and I didn't know
Marion,
what...
I'm in trouble.
Trouble?
Big trouble. I can't explain over the phone. Look, do me a favor.
Anything, darling. Now, what is it? Just tell
There's
me.
a suitcase in the hall closet. Get a pair of slacks, a coat, some shirts and socks and handkerchiefs, and my shaving things, toothbrush and stuff. Throw them all in a suitcase and take them to your place.
Can I stay here until morning?
No, they'll be snooping around my pad.
Who?
Never mind. You stay at your own place tonight. Pack my things and get out of my apartment as soon as you can. Bring the suitcase and stuff over to me tomorrow morning.
Where are you?
I'm in a dump called the Terminal Hotel, 1st Avenue, near the railroad tracks. Room 51.
Okay, see you in the morning.
Hi, Roy. You just coming on duty?
Yeah, had to stop off at impounds to identify an abandoned car I ticketed last night. Hey, what's this I hear about a robbery at Morgan's department store?
Yeah, about 9 o'clock tonight. 2 policemen happened to be passing the store, and they recognized Frankie Gordon and his brother Charlie.
Oh.
2 other guys were also involved. The night watchman identified them from mugshots. And there was some gunplay, and Charlie got hit badly.
How'd they get in, Tay? By hitting at closing time?
No, both of them flashed false police department IDs on the watchman. Said they were on assignment to trap some thieves who were due to hit the store. And the watchman fell for the story, let them in, and got slugged for his cooperation. It was a slick safe job, too. Not a tool mark or a fingerprint on it.
Yeah. How much loot did they get?
Oh, a good hunk of the day, I guess. A couple of grand, probably. And several trays of jewelry and expensive watches.
Nice haul. Now, what about the other 2 guys?
Nothing definite other than what the watchman told us, and he was kind of woozy. The 2 officers were lucky enough to get the license number of the car they used. We got out a pickup order on the Gordon brothers and the car.
Oh, that's good. And maybe the watchman will come to enough to give us a fix on the other 2 guys.
Even though I knew Marion would keep her word, I spent a restless night wondering if anyone might have seen her leaving my pad with the suitcase. I watched the dawn come up, wished I had some toothpaste and a brush because my mouth tasted like an ecological disaster. The flea trap I had checked into didn't even have a bellhop to send for coffee, and I didn't dare go out on my own. Then, just as I looked in the mirror at my bloodshot eyes for the 5th time, I nearly jumped out of my skin at the sound. I went to the door, but was afraid to open it for even a little peek. Who is it?
Me, Marion. Oh, Larry.
Darling, where's the suitcase?
Oh, right there. I dropped it when you gave me that bear hug. Tell me, what on earth is this all about?
Oh, wait till I close the door. Look, I don't mean to scare you, but I'm scared already. Someone wants to kill me.
Who?
Well, his name is Frankie Gordon. One of his men was waiting in the theater lobby last night. Came up behind me with a gun in his pocket and forced me to go with him in a car.
Well, so that's what happened. Well, how'd you get away?
Took a chance and jumped out of the car. Well, outside of a skinned knee and a ruined pair of jeans, I made it okay. Then I hot-footed it right over here, figuring they wouldn't be looking for me in this part of town.
Well, who is this Gordon? And why would they want to kill you?
He's a crook, real heavy and safe robbing. Last night they knocked over Morgan's department store. They were surprised by the police, and Frankie's brother was shot. Well, Frankie thinks I tipped off the police, double-crossed him.
You mean you knew they were going to rob the store?
Well, Frankie came to see me there yesterday. When I came back from lunch, he was waiting for me. Wanted me to get the combination of the jewelry department safe. Well, I refused.
But you can't hide forever. Go to the police.
I can't.
Why, for heaven's sake?
Because they'd asked me how I knew Frankie.
Well, I don't dig. What's wrong with that? How did you happen to know him?
I knew him in prison. I'm still wanted by the police.
Hi, this is Jim Baggins with news about why Lazy Boy is America's comfort favorite. It appeals to men because of rugged construction and He-Man comfort. Women love it because there are beautiful styles that match any decor, and there's an amazing choice of hundreds of colors and fabrics. A Lazy Boy lets you recline to any position, even full bed. Put a Lazy Boy in your living room and into your life. See your Lazy Boy dealer today. He's waiting. Run down there. Go. Yes, indeed.
When I told Marion I was still wanted by the police, the expression on her face gave my heart such a stab, I'll bet there's still a scar on it. But being the kind of gal she is, she listened patiently as I explained. You see, it happened when I was a kid of 17. At that age, I thought it was real far out to drink, gamble, and even carry a gun. 2 other guys and I held up a gas station. It netted us $13 and a 5-year sentence in a southern prison. I suppose in some other prison we might have stuck it out longer, hoping to get time off for good behavior, but, you know, they still use chain gangs for road work, and we just couldn't hack it.
Chain gangs? I thought that sort of thing went out.
I hope so. Maybe some states still have them. At any rate, the 3 of us saw a chance to escape and took it. Mary and I still owe them 4 big, long years.
But you've been an honest, law-abiding guy for all the years since. Well, that should count for something. Oh, Larry, you sweet idiot. Why didn't you tell me sooner?
I should have known she'd be on my team no matter what. When I finished explaining, she was full of love and understanding, and suddenly my arms were full of her. She stayed there for a long, long time, and while we clung to each other, she convinced me I really should go to the police, no matter what the outcome. What really convinced me, I guess, was when she said she'd go with me.
Hi, Tay. Uncover anything at the department store?
Yeah, I got a new angle. I think it was a 5-man job, even though the watchman saw only 4.
Oh?
I showed pictures of Frankie and Charlie Gordon to all the personnel who work in or near the jewelry department. A couple of them positively identified Gordon as the man they saw talking with a store employee yesterday. His name's Larry Webster.
Oh, did you question him?
He didn't show up for work today.
Well, that's 2 marks against him. Any leads on where he might be?
He got his home address from the store and drove over there, but he was gone. The landlady showed me through his apartment, and, well, his bed hadn't been sucked in, and some of his clothes seemed to be missing.
Oh, chalked up 3 marks. Does the store know anything about this Webster guy?
Nothing that helped. He'd been with them 9 years, worked his way up from shipping clerk. His co-workers apparently liked him, and he was considered a valuable employee.
Hey, where are you going now?
I'm going to teletype Washington to see if the FBI has anything on Webster. Then I'm going to see if the lab has anything conclusive on that blood sample they scraped up at the store.
Hey, good hunting.
All ready, Larry?
As soon as I put on my coat. I'll leave my suitcase and stuff here. I'll get it later if the police will let me. Otherwise, you can pick it up. Okay, all set. Now let's get out of here before anybody sees us.
Going someplace?
Floyd, how did you find out?
That's easy, punk. One of the boys was watching your pad in case I missed you at the theater. We tailed the broad from there to her place, staked out on her overnight, and followed her here this morning.
Why, you...
Call it, Larry. Floyd's not only pretty good with the artillery, but I can handle anything he can. I'm back in there. Watch him, Floyd.
Sure, boss.
What do you want with me?
I'm sure Floyd made that clear last night.
Well, he told me you thought I double-crossed you, but I didn't.
I don't believe you.
Well, you...
Larry!
My brother got shot in that heist. Well, he died this afternoon. So no matter what you say, I'm going to even things up. And with this silencer on the gun, we can do it nice and quiet. Right here.
You can't shoot him in cold blood.
It's the efficient way. And I guess you know, lady, we can't have no witnesses.
Hey, my gun, Frankie. Police. Freeze. Almost.
Even though I still had 4 years of prison hanging over my head, I was never in my whole life so glad to see a pair of cops. Both officers seemed to feel I was telling the truth. And the fact that my boss at Morgan's department store said I was a valuable employee didn't hurt. And the cops talked with Marion. I could see they liked and believed her, which didn't hurt either. My boss made bail for me, and, of course, they didn't hold Marion. Before we left police headquarters, the two officers and Marion and I, we rapped over paper cups of coffee. How did you tie me in with the Gordon brothers, that is? I mean, outside of finding out Frankie had talked to me at the store.
The FBI answer to our teletype reported the prison break you and the Gordon brothers made down south years ago.
But how did you trace Frankie and Floyd to the hotel?
Well, that was the scientific part of our bloodhound work.
It sure was. The lab report on Charlie Gordon's blood gave us not only his blood type, but the agglutination test showed he was a very sick man even before he stopped the officer's bullet.
Sick?
Mm-hmm. The lab found he was infected with psittacosis.
That's a disease transmitted by parrots, isn't it?
Right.
Which meant that we had to check out every pet store in town that had recently sold parrots. Finally, after showing the pictures of the Gordon brothers to all those pet store people, we did find a guy who'd sold a parrot to Charlie. Fortunately, he'd asked to have it delivered.
We got the home address and lucked out. As we approached the apartment building, we saw Frankie just getting into a car driven by a guy known as Smithy.
Yeah, I heard Floyd call him by name just as I got zapped and fell on the floor of that car.
So we followed them to the hotel where Floyd cornered you. As you probably guessed, after Floyd had followed you there, he phoned Frankie to join him.
Well, I thank you all for your help.
And for the coffee, too.
You're welcome. Oh, and Webster, we think you've got a good chance of remaining free on probation.
Yeah, and we'll help all we can.
You sure have been great. Come on, darling. We got to move along. So long, officers.
So long. See you in court, as the saying goes.
Good luck, folks.
Oh, Larry, it was all so frightening.
That, my darling Marion, is probably the understatement of the century. Well, thank God for you and your persuasive ways. Going to the police was the right thing to do.
Well, it's all behind us now.
You're wrong, baby. It's all ahead of us. A whole new life together.
After we get your suitcase, let's go to my place. I want to feel your arms around me again.
What's the matter with right here?
Oh, no, Larry. No, please, not in the lobby in front of all these people.
Why not? I mean, after all, it's not as though we're married.
Hi, this is Jim Backus with a special announcement about an exciting Lazy Boy chair sale taking place at your Lazy Boy dealers now. Lazy Boy reclining chairs of your choice are available at unheard of savings for a limited time only. Treat yourself and your family to a lifetime of comfort and beauty. Once you do, you'll wonder how you ever relax without one. Get America's comfort favorite, a Lazy Boy chair now. See your Lazy Boy dealer today.
Run in there. He'll be glad to see you. Yes, he will.
I'm Rod Serling. Close your eyes, exercise your imagination, and join us again on our next presentation of The Zero Hour.
The Past is Always Present is an original radio drama adapted by Glenn Hall Taylor. Peter Lucas was heard as Larry Webster. Featured in the cast were Ruth Anson, Jack Crucian, Lou Krugman, Jack Edwards, and Alan Bergman. Zero Hour, created by J.M. Colas, directed by Don Hills, is produced in Hollywood for the Mutual Broadcasting System by Radio Productions Incorporated. The music is composed and conducted by Stanley D. Hoffman, Rochelle Sherman, associate producer. This has been a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Some years ago, a famous American general observed that old soldiers never die. They just fade away. Throughout all history, there has been an unending line of those who may have died, but who gave the appearance of disappearing from life, of just fading away. Those we call missing persons. If indeed they did fade away, by what means were they able to do this? Where did they go? And what happened once they got there?
Terry, What's happening? Do you see what I do?
None of them are moving. They're just standing there, hundreds of them.
Saying nothing. Grinning at us with those little eyes of theirs.
Kent, look. Their faces, their bodies, they're changing.
What do we do?
We get out of here as fast as our legs will take us.
Our mystery drama, Land of the Living Dead, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss and stars Don Scardino and Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There are a few places left in the world that have hardly been touched by the hand of what we call civilization, where man still lives almost as primitively as at the beginning of time. Such a place can be found in South America on the western plateau of Brazil. It's called the Mato Grosso. Jungles, rainforests, and oppressive swamps cover the land. Two Americans, a young man and his older colleague, are poring over timetables in a small New England town. Maps and charts that lie spread on the floor before them.
As it stands, Terry, the morning flight from New York to Rio de Janeiro will just about make the plane connection.
Now, even if we take the commercial flight from Rio to Cuiabá, what kind of transportation can we get into the interior? And I mean transportation that we can depend on, Kent.
Well, the answer is probably none. Not unless we want to go the way of Professor Schneider.
No thanks. No mules, no native dugouts and snake-infested swamps for me.
Right, so we stick to our original plan. We reserve our own airplane in advance in Rio. The best and safest in Brazil.
And a grant from the foundation is generous. It'll cover all those expenses. Besides, it's not as if we didn't know what we're doing. We're both experienced pilots.
Right, so we fly ourselves from Rio to Cuiabá, spend whatever time we need there for supplies.
Let's take another look at the charts. Nearly 2,000 kilometers. It's a good 1,200 miles. Where do we refuel?
Right here. Ribeirão Preto. I think that's how you say it. It's big enough to have an airport. The chart says so.
Good. And from there, Kent, it should be clear sailing to Cuiabá. We hope.
Yeah.
After that...
Well, once we get past the heaviest jungles and the tropical forests, we shouldn't have any trouble finding places to land, right?
If we can avoid the swamps and the quicksands. You know, I have an idea that's what may have happened to Schneider on his last trip.
What, quicksand?
How else could he have disappeared so quickly and so completely? Never heard from again.
Either that, or...
The Indians? No, I don't think so, Kent.
Why not?
I just don't think so. True, we know almost zero about this strange tribe of Indians we're looking for, but one of the things we do know from Schneider's report of his first trip is that they're relatively peaceful, unwarlike.
Relatively?
Well, what have they got to be warlike about? There's no one near them for almost 100 miles. They're vegetarians. The products of the forest are their principal diet.
But, Terry, we also know that they're descended from the Jivaros, the headhunters of Ecuador. The pleasant chaps who would just as soon cut off an enemy's head, your head, Terry, or mine, and shrink it down to the size of a baseball.
But you're forgetting that in the 200-300 years since some of the Jivaros migrated from Ecuador, something happened to them. They changed.
Maybe. Well, that's why we're going there. To find out how they changed. And maybe even why.
You know, that's what makes life so fascinating for anthropologists. The study of the whole human family of man, his mind, his body, his culture. And particularly the study of primitive groups like this one.
For me, Terry, there are 3 things about this expedition of ours that get me excited.
Which are?
First, the prospect of seeing with my own eyes a whole tribe of white Indians, just as Professor Schneider described them. A whole community of albino Indians. And to try and find out how that came about.
And second?
The possibility of finding some trace, even the slightest, of the missing Professor Schneider.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. How about the third and last?
Well, it would be awfully nice if the both of us get back to civilization alive. When do we leave? are, Terry. Welcome to beautiful downtown Cuyaba.
Will you take a look at that sign over the control tower? International Airport of Cuyaba. Are they kidding?
They probably have a plane that flies over into Bolivia or even Paraguay.
Every second Thursday.
Only if there's a full moon.
Oh, who's the little fellow out there waving at us?
Welcoming committee, no doubt. Probably His Honor, the mayor.
No less. Let's find out.
Senores, welcome to Cuyaba, the flower of all Brazil.
Didn't I tell you?
I present myself, senores. I am Joao Cavallo Figueredo, the third assistant to the mayor of our so beautiful city.
Third assistant. I guess we don't rate very high, do we? Well, thank you, senor. We certainly appreciate your meeting us.
Oh, don't mention it. They have sent to us a radio message from Rio that we were to expect you. How can my city be of service to you?
Well, we're headed for the interior, Senor Cavallo. We'll need a couple of days here to lay in a supply of food and equipment.
Oh, of course. You will find that Cuyaba has the best of everything you might possibly need. If I may be bold, senores, may I ask where in the interior?
Due north. Northwest, maybe.
How far, senor?
Oh, not too far.
You do not wish to say. It's much easier to see by your replies what equipment you will need. Shovels, pickaxes, mining pans, dynamite.
Mining pans? Dynamite?
The Mato Grosso is very rich. Not only for all minerals, but for diamonds, silver, even platinum.
Is that so?
I know what you look for, and I will help.
That's very kind of your, Senor Cavallo, but...
One small word of caution. It's most unlikely you will come upon them, but if you do everything possible to avoid them.
Avoid who? What?
A certain rare tribe of Indians. They live in the rainforests, stark, naked, like prehistoric creatures. They have in them some strange kind of powerful magic that is able to make a person see most unusual, sometimes most horrible things. And the persons believe that what they are seeing is in truth real.
Well, what do they do to work this thing?
No one has ever found out. Is a magic that floats in the air wherever these Indians are.
Well, we'll certainly do our best to avoid them, senor.
For your own good.
But how will we know them if we do come upon them?
Well, these are white Indians. Everyone in the tribe, we are told, is an albino. White skin, pink eyes. I must wish that you will never meet them.
That's very kind of you, senor.
Don't mention it. Your airplane, of course, is in most safe hands, so if you will be so good to follow me, I will drive you to the hotel. In the morning, we start the purchases of supplies for your expedition to this land of most astonishing riches.
What are we going to do with all that mining stuff we bought?
Give it away, throw it away. But I think we did the right thing, Ken.
You mean by not giving away the real purpose of our mission?
Yeah, somebody might have tried to stop us. And probably would have for our own good. Then where would we be? Is anything wrong, Ken?
I'm not sure. I don't like the sound of that engine. Neither do I. Look at your navigation charts, Terry. Just about where are we?
Well, there isn't very much on the charts to go by.
Well, it can't be much further.
Well, at this point, with that engine doing tricks, it might be just as well. What's wrong? What on earth is that?
I don't know. We're falling, Terry. Much too fast. I'm doing my best to get her up.
Hey, I think you got it, Kent.
Here we go. Up.
We're all right?
Probably. Funny thing. For a second or two back there, I had the uncomfortable feeling that I'd blacked out. Cold.
Yeah, so did I. It's odd. Well, what do you suppose that was? It sounded like an airplane crash.
Well, there can't be a plane near us for hundreds of miles. Oh, well, we better start looking for an opening to land in. Whatever it was. Wherever we are.
It's beginning to clear down there. We've left the most tangled part of the jungle behind.
Oh, that's grass down there. Tall grass. Miles and miles of it.
Take her down a little bit more, Kent.
Here we go. You look around, too. For a good spot.
Yeah, I am, Kent. I think if we... Wait a minute. We just one beautiful minute, Kent. Do you see what I see?
What?
Down there. Over to the left.
The left? Oh, no. No, I don't believe it. It's not possible. I think I'm looking at one of the largest, most modern landing fields I've ever seen in my life.
That runway is going to be 7,000 to 8,000 feet long, minimum.
All those modern buildings and the equipment. What are they doing here in the middle of nowhere? Where the devil are we?
Well, there's only one way to find out, Kent. Switch on your radio.
CM 5406. We're coming in for landing. Kindly instruct.
Try it in Portuguese.
Okay. CM 5406, aproximando a requer permissão para pouso. Favor instruir-me. Still nothing.
There's only one other thing to do. Start for your landing, Kent. If what we think we're looking at is real, no problem.
You're thinking of what Carvalho told us.
If we only think the landing field is there, still no problem. The landing will be a bit bumpy, and like Professor Schneider, will be known as those two brilliant, those two inspiring, those two missing American anthropologists.
Fasten your seatbelt, Terry. Real tight.
We know that travelers on the desert will sometimes see a lake stretched out before them, where no water exists. Or a seaman will discover the inverted image of a ship in the middle of the ocean. These are what we call mirages. Scientists have explanations, optical illusions. But for some of us, they seem to take on a cold basis in reality, like the airport Terry and Kent have just discovered. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Two American scientists are searching for an isolated tribe of South American Indians, said to possess a unique power of creating a frightening atmosphere of magic and enchantment. In their small plane, flying over a virtually unexplored area of the Brazilian jungle, Kent and Terry suddenly find themselves headed toward a completely modern airport. They prepare for landing.
Be sure your seatbelt is fastened tight, Terry.
Beautiful landing, Kent. Real proud of you.
I'll taxi up to that building over there on the right. Terry, you notice anything else a little peculiar about this place?
Other than the fact that it's here at all? Huge modern airport in the middle of the Brazilian jungle. 1 o'clock in the afternoon and not a soul, not a single solitary soul in sight.
Could it be that this is the time for their siesta?
Siesta? At an airport? Can't. Even down here, there'd be somebody in the control tower, a mechanic on the field or near the runway, a baggage loader, somebody. This place is absolutely deserted.
I don't get it, Terry. What do we do?
Only one thing to do. Get out of the airplane, investigate. Got to be an explanation.
Well, the main lobby must be through that gate over there.
Well, then that is where we're headed, Kent.
I'm with you. Everything's so quiet. I don't hear a thing.
Neither do I. Except our own footsteps.
A big airport like this, you'd expect to hear something. An occasional airplane, or in the jungle, certainly the cries of a tropical bird. Monkeys. Something.
Absolutely nothing.
There's not a sound. It's as if we Like we were...
Go ahead, Kent. Say it.
Never mind. Through here to the lobby.
Will you take a look at this?
It makes every other airport in the world look sick. The ceiling must be 10 stories high.
1, 2, 3 restaurants.
A fancy bar? Oh, and that must be the main gate for arriving passengers.
Where?
There. Don't you see?
Oh.
It's marked arrivals in over a dozen languages. Chegada, arrivés, ankomst, llegada.
Kent, what's the word for departures in any language?
I see what you mean. There is no departure gate.
It's quite a place. There's just about everything here that you could possibly ask for,
Except people. No one. Absolutely no one.
Hey, here's something interesting.
A kind of picture gallery.
Yeah. Hundreds and hundreds of blown-up photographs, all neatly framed, covering the whole wall from ceiling to floor.
Just heads. Who do you suppose they are?
No idea. Oh, wait a minute. Here's a familiar face.
Oh, I know him. That's an actor, a famous British actor, matinee idol. I see him every once in a while in an old movie on The Late Show.
Yeah, he played Romeo in the first film they ever shot of Romeo and Juliet.
Right.
Disappeared over the Atlantic at the beginning of World War II. You're too young to recognize this man.
What, the old fellow?
Yeah, a very well-known judge in New York City. Supreme Court, I think. Got mixed up in some kind of scandal. Disappeared overnight. Complete mystery.
Oh, now there's a familiar personality. I heard about her at flying school. Isn't that the great lady aviator?
Yeah, the one who was flying solo over the Pacific just before World War II.
And who just seemed to vanish into the drink, plane and all? Never heard from again?
That's the one. I am beginning to get a very strange message, Kent.
Yeah, so am I.
Look up there. All those pictures of people who must have lived years and years ago. In clothes of other times, other places.
Every race on Earth.
All those people. They all have one thing in common. All of them are people who disappeared off the face of the Earth. Mysteriously, without any credible explanation.
But why are there pictures here? Spread out over the walls of this crazy airport. An airport at the end of the world.
Don't you know, Kent? Don't you know, Terry?
Who's that? Whose voice is that?
Oh, come now, an old friend of both of you.
Where are you?
I don't see anyone.
No, of course not. Not yet.
I know that voice.
I should hope so.
It's Schneider. Professor Schneider.
How could that be?
Hans Schneider at your service, gentlemen.
We hear you, but where are you?
Oh, we talk about that later.
What are you doing here?
Better to ask what we are all doing here. Meanwhile, if you will please both to follow me this way. Just follow the sound of my voice.
Where are you taking us?
Oh, trust me, please. Forgive me. I'm always still so absent-minded. I'm supposed to give you a message.
Message?
From Lilith.
Who?
Lilith. I am supposed to say, welcome to you both. We are delighted to have you with us.
Us? Who is us?
Just follow my voice. You shall soon see.
We've been on this godforsaken bus for almost 20 minutes. It keeps on going without even a driver. And we're still no place.
Now, you gotta calm down, Kent. You gotta take it easy.
There's never been anything like this. That voice, Schneider, or whoever it was, told us to get in. We did. Just the two of us into a waiting, empty bus. The bus takes off.
Look over to the right. You see that? We've come to what seems to be some kind of city, a large settlement of some kind.
Oh, so we have. All of it built around that tall building with the funny kind of double spire.
Looks almost like a cathedral. We're slowing down.
Last stop. Everybody out, I guess.
I think that's what they're trying to tell us.
What do you suppose that is?
Well, we're about to find out. Look at that mob of people pouring out of the tall building.
Hundreds and hundreds of them.
Dressed in every conceivable fashion, every period of time.
Like a gigantic fancy dress ball.
They're all headed toward us.
And none of them seems to be speaking. They're all of them absolutely silent. What do we do?
And just stand where we are, see what happens.
Can't. Look. Right in front. Leading the rest of them. Hans Schneider. Our Hans Schneider. What's that immediately behind him?
I don't know. Some sort of sedan chair. A closed-in platform carried by 4 men.
What or who are they carrying?
We are about to find out.
Gentlemen, once again, I welcome you to our home.
Home? What home? We're in Brazil, Professor Schneider, aren't we?
We started out, same as you did, Professor, on a search for albino Indians. Indians of the Mato Grosso.
I know.
Where are we? I mean, who are these people, and why are they all so silent?
Oh, you Americans always so impatient.
Oh, we thought you were dead.
Well, obviously, as you can see, I am not.
And these people who say nothing.
Well, here is one who speaks. She wishes to speak to you.
They've raised the curtains on the sedan chair.
Can you see who's sitting in it?
Looks like an old man. A very old man.
I think it's a very old lady.
Oh, you're right, Terry. She looks like one of those ancient Egyptian mummies. Her skin is like wrinkled parchment.
She also looks very important.
Terry, her lips are moving, but I don't hear anything.
Quiet, Kent, please.
Kent Floyd.
She knows my name.
Terry Bridgewater.
And mine.
We are honored by your presence. Schneider, you will please leave us.
Oh, yes, of course.
We will do everything to make you comfortable.
That's very kind of you.
May we be permitted a few questions?
Of course.
We started out on an expedition to locate and study a rare tribe of South American Indians.
And instead you discover us.
What happened? Where are we? Who are all of you?
So many questions, all at once. This place to which you have come is the land of the missing, the land of the living dead.
What?
We are those who vanished into the thinnest air from the beginning of creation. We are the missing persons of all time.
And this is where you all disappeared too?
Yes, all of us.
In what part of the world are we?
In all parts of the world. Every city, every town, every village. In the sky, on mountain tops, in flooded rivers, in the bowels of the earth, at the bottom of the sea.
But how long do you all go on living?
Forever.
Forever?
To the end of time. Perpetually. Infinitely.
For all eternity?
You think that is impossible. Not so.
But how?
Once a day, everyone here enters the temple, and silently we contemplate eternal values, eternal life.
And what do you do there?
Conquer death. For us, you see, there is no death. We remain at the same age at which we vanished from the earth. Except for me, since I was the first.
The first?
I am Lilith. I was the first wife of Adam before there ever was an Eve. When Adam created Eve, there was no place for me. And so I somehow disappeared in a cloud of mystery.
I see. Lilith, may I ask what the meaning is of that curious ornament you wear about your neck?
This rough little figure of gold?
Yes, it looks like a small figure 8, about half an inch long, lying on its side.
It's very beautiful. Everyone here seems to have one.
That is our mark, our symbol of eternity, of infinity, of the endlessness of time. Gentlemen, I have grown tired. If you will excuse me, I must rest now.
Terry, we've got to get out of this place, but fast. We've got to find our way back to our airplane.
How do we do that?
I'm not sure, but we've got to try.
I couldn't agree with you more.
We've wandered into some kind of madhouse. I can't explain what's happening. Missing persons, people who have become immortal. Professor Schneider? Schneider is dead. He's got to be.
Slowly, Kent.
We've got to find our way out of here before we both become as crazy as they are.
Oh, I am with you.
Terry, Kent, you are not thinking of leaving.
Professor Schneider...
Lilith asked me to give one of these to each of you.
The little gold ornament, the horizontal figure 8.
Our symbol of infinity, of eternity.
Well, that's very kind of Lilith, but no thanks. We wouldn't have any use for them.
Oh, but we all wear them. Now that you both have become part of us, so must you.
Over 800 years ago, a Persian poet and mathematician, Omar Khayyam, wrote, "There was the door to which I found no key. There was the veil through which I might not see." Two anthropologists, in their effort to probe into some of the most ancient secrets of mankind, have come to a door to which, at the moment, they find no key. To a drawn curtain beyond which they cannot see. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The word missing can be a terrifying word. Missing in action, for example, is a sad and all too familiar phrase. Almost every large city in the world has a bureau of missing persons, whose task it is to try to unravel the often bewildering mystery of a human's disappearance. Kent Floyd and Terry Bridgewater are, at the moment, doing everything possible to find their way back into a world they know.
We can stop running, Kent. Please, I don't think I can go much further.
We've got to keep going, Terry.
But nobody's following us. Nobody's even tried to prevent us from leaving.
And did you stop to think why? Why they didn't try to stop us?
At this point, does that matter? If only we could be sure we were headed in the right direction.
I have a feeling that once we get past that clump of trees over there...
Oh, yeah, Kent, you're right. There it is, the airport. Hey, I'm sitting right there, CM5406. Our airplane.
Oh, the place is just like when we landed. Not a soul in sight. Absolutely deserted.
Now, let's get into that plane, and fast.
And out of this place forever.
Oh, isn't that one of the most beautiful things you've ever seen in your life?
Here we are. In you go, Terry. Right. And here we go.
Well, nothing's been touched. Isn't that wonderful?
Looks okay.
Get her started, Kent. Well, I'll try it again.
All right, let me check everything. Let's see now.
Well, what's wrong? Why does that catch?
They've done something with the engine.
Oh, but what?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Why doesn't this damn thing turn over? Oh, there we go. Whew, thank heavens.
Maybe we're both overreacting.
Oh, maybe.
And away we go. Away we go. But where to?
Any place. As long as it's away from here.
Now, how's our supply of fuel? And what's our course?
Oh, we've more than enough fuel to...
What's the matter?
The fuel gauge. It's not working.
Well, what about the rest of the panel?
Nothing. No, everything's dead. But even my watch has stopped.
Yeah, mine too. What do we do?
We keep going. As long as we can.
Well, on what course? What direction?
Well, we'll have to depend on our memory and our good sense, I hope, of navigation.
And maybe, pray a little?
Oh, it can't hurt. But I have a feeling that tells me we're on course, or very close to it.
And if we're not?
If we're not, Terry, praying a little won't be quite enough.
white.
Any sign yet of anything?
My guess is we've been flying about an hour. We've got to come to something soon.
Brazil's a big country.
Isn't that the truth? Terry, have you any explanation?
What's been happening to us? No, my friend, it's beyond me.
A modern airport in the middle of nothing. A strange city, stranger people, thousands of them. The missing persons of the entire world, of all time.
Calling themselves immortal.
Where we were expecting to find Indians. What I can't understand is what's been happening to us. Our instruments not functioning. Our watches stopped. How? Why?
You don't suppose that...
Suppose what?
Remember what Carvalho told us back in Cuiabá? About the Broncos Indians?
You mean about their strange power of enchantment that makes people see things that aren't really there?
That's exactly what I mean.
Wait, this is the 20th century. The idea of that kind of witchcraft, of voodoo, call it what you like, was exploded years ago. We're educated men, and there just ain't no such thing.
Still can't put what Schneider told us out of my mind. When he gave us those little gold figure eights to wear around our necks. Now that you both have become part of us, he said.
So?
Could it be possible that we what? That we have become
a part of them? How could that be?
Kent, look. Straight ahead. An airport. We're coming to an airport.
It looks familiar.
Are the instruments working?
Not yet. That could be Ribeirão Preto, or whatever it was called, where we refueled on our way to Cuiabá.
You're right. Oh, Kent, I don't know how you did it. You're some kind of genius.
Whoa! Get ready for landing.
Oh, the way. Wait just a minute.
What is it?
That's not Ribeirão Preto down there. Look again.
No. Oh, no!
How on earth did we ever get here?
We've been flying in a circle. We're back where we started from. That's their airport.
Turn back, Kent. Turn the plane around.
Don't trouble to try.
Professor Schneider.
Of course.
He's right. I can't turn it around.
Gentlemen, where have you been? We all missed you.
Again, only your voice. Just your voice. We can't see you.
Does it matter?
What do you want of us?
I want nothing. But she would like to have a word with you. Both of you.
She?
Lilith, our Lilith. Prepare to land. Lilith is not the kind of person you make wait.
But why? Why should you want to leave us?
Tell Lilith why.
Because we don't belong here. That's why.
You don't?
We have our lives to live, and if you don't mind, we prefer not to live them here.
We're scientists. We have important work to do.
The exact words I said when I first arrived.
You must try to understand. Both of you. You remember when you were flying here on your way from Cuiabá?
Yes.
You heard a strange sound.
Like an explosion, like an airplane splintering, crashing into bits.
What you heard was your own airplane plummeting to earth into the wilds of the jungles of Brazil.
What?
Neither it nor either of you will ever be heard from again. So relax, both of you.
Don't waste your time trying to leave us.
Your life is here forever.
We can't accept that.
You will, my friend.
Gentlemen, the time has come.
Time for what?
For your first experience in contemplation.
Contemplation of eternal values, of eternal life. Now, if you'll both breathe deeply, deeply, and try to believe.
Terry, what's happening? Look at those mobs of people coming out of the temple. Hundreds of them.
And once they come out and take their places, none of them moves. They just stand there like so many stone statues.
Grinning at us with faces that look like masks. And look, Terry, their clothes. Their clothes are starting to disappear. They're almost all of them naked.
And their bodies, they're changing too.
They're becoming Indians. Albino Indians.
Broncos we started out to find.
And Schneider. Look at Schneider.
He's trying to get our attention. He's holding something in either hand.
They look like... No.
What are they?
They're dead human heads, Terry. Shrunk down to the size of an apple. He's holding them by the hair.
How horrible.
What their ancestors, the Jivaros, did to unfriendly neighbors. Look at those two faces, Terry.
One of those heads is mine.
And the other is mine. We've got to get out of here. Schneider, get us out of here. Get us out!
Oh, I never thought we'd make it. Why do you suppose Schneider let us escape?
Maybe he felt sorry for us. Maybe he knew that our lives and our sanity depended on it. Who knows? But something did give us that extra boost of adrenaline we needed. The main thing now, Terry, is that... Terry.
What? What is it?
How long would you guess we've been in the air?
Oh, let's see. It's, 1:15. Can't. My watch is going again.
So's mine. And look at the instrument panel.
Everything's working.
I'm going to try the radio. CM 5406 calling. Calling anyone, anywhere. Radio and instruments have not been functioning. Come in. Anyone. We request our position. Over.
CM 5406. CM 5406.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
You are 12.6 nautical miles southwest of Cayo Airport.
Cayo. That's the control tower in Rio de Janeiro. We're approaching Rio.
Runway 4 is clear. Please use runway 4.
Thank you. Roger. Terry, look. There's Sugarloaf over on our left. And Guanabara Bay. And there's the Christ of the Andes. Terry, we're back. Back in Rio. Alive. And in one piece. Terry, that tall, rangy-looking gal, the one with the close-cropped sandy hair, she's coming toward us.
The one with the slacks and a white open-neck shirt? She looks familiar. What does she want of us?
Well, I guess we're about to find out.
Terry Bridgewater?
Yes.
Kent Floyd?
That's me.
I was sent here to the airport to meet you.
How do you do?
Hello?
May we know who sent you?
We were beginning to worry about you.
You were? Why is that? Who are we?
Yeah, who are you, miss?
And how do you know us? Why should you need our airplane?
Oh, so many questions all at once. I'm glad to see you both wearing that little gold figure 8.
How do you know about that?
I've been wearing mine for a long time. See?
I know your face. Just who are you?
Haven't I seen your picture someplace before?
That's quite possible.
Who are you?
My name is Amelia.
Amelia? Not the one who disappeared over the South Pacific in her own plane?
In 1937. Great mystery. No one's ever explained it.
Well, then what are you doing here? Isn't this Rio?
It's any place you want it to be. Rio, Hong Kong, Cairo, the middle of the Brazilian jungle, Detroit. Any place. We're all of us among the missing. We're all of us in the land of the living dead. Please, follow me.
So, like many another scientist who sacrificed his own life in the attempt to increase knowledge, Kent Floyd and Terry Bridgewater seem to have passed into the strange world of missing persons, the world which William Shakespeare in Hamlet described as the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns. I, however, shall be back shortly. When someone mysteriously disappears from the earth with no explanation, where have they disappeared to? One thing we can be sure of. At least two people, Terry and Kent, know without question what happened to Amelia when her plane vanished over the South Pacific back in 1937. And, of course, Amelia knows what really happened to Terry and Kent as they disappeared over the jungles of Brazil. Our cast included Don Scardino, Russell Horton, Arnold Moss, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I don't understand, Mother.
Do it the way these things are done ordinarily, everywhere. The expected way. The usual way.
Are you saying I should subject these men to torture?
I'm saying you have to find the thief.
That is not the kind of justice my people have come to expect from me.
Who's to know how it was done? Let me suggest a way. Let us conveniently discover a sack. It will contain Joseph's 100 gold pieces, Abiel's 200 silver coins, and Benjamin's 10 diamonds.
Mother.
Choose the one who pleases you least. He will be the thief. Punish him as you see fit. The other two will be satisfied. The mob will have its judgment. The throne will be safe again.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
What of subconscious thoughts that dwell in darkness and shadow? What of reckless desires that take root in the soil of envy and flower in crime? We can give the world a face free of lurking malice, but back in the dim recesses of our mind crouch the age-old instincts, ready to destroy. And so to our story, starring Evelyn Ankers. The deep green waves dash with wild, thrusting arms upon the stern rocks of the New England shore. Silhouetted against the slate sky is the outline of a house, Huntley House. And the girl in our story, Maxine Stark, must have regretted her visit to this home above the sea, because back of her smiling and friendly face was a grim and growing obsession.
At the time, it seemed the right thing. You see, Teresa Huntley was my twin sister. We were worlds apart socially. In fact, we had mutually refused to see or speak to each other for 10 years. She had been through a tragedy, and I was with my husband, Dudley, on one of his trips I couldn't avoid. He was a beer salesman. We were in Maine, and I insisted that we drive over to the coast to see my sister. The last few miles, the road was very bumpy. And my husband was worse than the road.
Oh, why in the Sam Hill are we going over here anyway?
Because I want to.
Drive to the ends of the earth? And for what?
She is my sister, you know.
Well, I've never heard you brag about that before.
Well, there are times. After all, she did just lose her husband.
And what's that to you?
I'm thinking of Teresa. Maybe her husband meant something to her.
Huh. Thanks.
Oh, Dudley, let's not argue.
Well, who's arguing? I just think it's stupid. What'd your sister ever do for you?
Who knows? Maybe she'll have a change of heart. Finally, we arrived at Huntley House. Teresa had certainly done well. It was a charming place. Not too big, but with that touch of elegance every woman dreams of. The house ran almost to the beach with the ocean beyond. And there were flowers, lots of them, alongside the house, protected from the wind by a heavy, thick concrete wall. It was lovely. We knocked at the door. Even after 10 years, Teresa didn't seem surprised.
Well, come in, Maxie.
Teresa. This is my husband, Dudley.
Glad to know you, Mrs. Huntley.
How do you do?
Say, I can't get over it.
Get over what?
How much you two look alike.
Oh, what did you expect? My husband and I were traveling by this way. I heard what had happened, so... Well, I thought we'd drive over.
I had a premonition you were coming. Now I suppose you'll want to straighten up a bit after your trip. It's right upstairs there.
Thank you. As Dudley and I walked upstairs, I got my first glimpse of the interior. What I saw made me green with envy. The Chippendale, the Dresden over the fireplace. Teresa always did have such marvelous taste. The house was a picture. Dudley must have been thinking the same thing as we dressed for dinner.
Some joint she's got here.
Dudley, please remember where you are.
Now, what did I say?
Well, don't joint the place up so.
All right. I know how to handle myself.
We went downstairs and had dinner. It was very uncomfortable, with Dudley blundering all over the place, and Teresa, prim, starched Teresa, and not too friendly. After dinner, it got so late she had to ask us to stay all night. Dudley went to bed early, while Teresa and I had a little chat in the living room.
10 years is a long time, Maxine.
Yes, it is.
I think it was very nice of you to come, even though it took a death to bring you.
Well, I'm glad it pleases you, Teresa.
There was no other reason, was there?
Of course not. No, I didn't come to ask you for anything.
10 years haven't changed you much, Maxie.
Nor you.
After what I've gone through this last month, that's a compliment.
You do miss your husband, don't you?
Yes, I miss Everett very much. Poor fellow, we couldn't even give him a decent burial.
What happened?
He'd been working in his garden. He loved his garden. Decided to go for a swim. I watched him. He was well beyond the breakers when the riptide hit him. He screamed for help. I was powerless. We're 5 miles from anyone here. You know how I'm afraid. I've always been afraid of the water. Oh, Maxine, if you'd just been here that day.
She broke off and finally excused herself. Thought she was going to bed, but a moment later I saw her walking down on the beach, looking out at the sea as if imploring it to return her husband. I went up to our room, feeling almost a little bit sorry for Teresa. Dudley was still awake.
Well, what'd she say?
Oh, she was talking about her husband.
Huh. She certainly wasn't very glad to see us, was she?
Oh, I think she was, in a way.
Well, who knows? You're her only sister. Maybe you'll get yours someday.
I don't want anything from her.
Oh, not much you don't. You'll have to play your cards smart, though.
Oh, why don't you go to sleep?
All right. I still can't get over how much you and your sister look alike.
That was the second time Dudley had said that. The words revolved in my mind. I went over and opened the shutters of the window. The sea breeze was fresh and cool. I thought of my sister and I. There never had been much love between us, only a question of who got what. I walked back to the bed. Dudley was asleep. I thought to myself, in spite of everything, Teresa had got hers. Prim, starched Teresa had won. The next morning, I got up late. After breakfast, I found Teresa in the flower garden, which was protected from the wind by that heavy cement wall.
Good morning, Maxine.
Good morning, Teresa. You look as if you rested well.
I should. I've been on sleeping tablets ever since it happened.
Oh. Your garden is lovely.
It was Everett's garden. He was very proud of it. He even built the cement wall here. He just finished it.
What do you plan to do?
Oh, I don't know. I may take a trip later on.
And sell the house?
Oh, no, never. Everett thought too much of the house. If I do go, I'll lock it up. But there's still all of Everett's business affairs to clear up.
Those things are always hard for a woman.
Oh, no. Everett's friend at the bank in town, David Courtley. He's been wonderful. He's taken over completely.
Teresa, I want you to know something.
What?
Well, we've never been very close as sisters, and it's hard for me to say this, but if there's anything that...
That's very kind of you. In coming here as you did, you've already expressed that. Maxine, why don't you and Dudley stay on over the weekend?
Thank you. That would be very nice. Perhaps Dudley was right. Perhaps if I played my cards smart. That afternoon, I decided to take a swim in the ocean. Put on a suit, and as I approached the terrace facing the beach, I heard Dudley babbling about something to Teresa.
Oh, this is the life. This is for me.
You like it here at the beach, don't you?
I don't care if I never write another beer order in my life.
Well, Maxine, your husband likes it here.
So I understand.
You going for a swim?
Yes. Anyone care to join me?
No, not me. How about you, Dudley?
Not me. I swim like a rock.
You're in my class.
As I walked down to the water, I noticed the house faced a cove. And there was a mooring out into the water with a small sailboat tied up at the end. I guess Everett had kept it there during the summer months. I hit the water and took a long turn, way out past the breakers. When I returned, the terrace was empty. I dried off and walked to the door and stopped at the sound of a man's voice I
Hello,
didn't
Teresa.
recognize at first. Then as I listened, I realized it was David Cortland to whom Teresa
so
was
nice to see you.
Well, I'm sorry I haven't been up, Teresa. I've been terribly busy. But say, you're looking wonderful.
Thank you.
Believe me, for the first time. I believe you're coming around to my way of thinking. You've been getting some sun.
Yes, I have.
Well, that's good. That's good for you. But say, I noticed a car in the driveway as I came in.
That belongs to Maxine, my sister.
Your sister?
Yes, she and her husband are here for a few days. I dare say that now I've come into all of Everett's money, I'm certain to be plagued by relatives.
That was all I needed to hear. Teresa would never change. Teresa, who had always coveted and always won. Or had she? Suddenly a plan evolved out of what Dudley had repeated many times since our visit to Huntley House. If I could just change places with her.
Oh, but I don't know, Maxine. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You said you liked it here, didn't you?
Yeah, Maxine, but...
How can we ever go back to what we had, knowing all this is here for us?
Well, I don't know. I'm afraid.
Think what we would have. Just think what would be ours. The house, her money, freedom. All the things you've wanted and I've wanted.
Yeah, but this is murder.
Murder, Dudley? It's It's merely retribution. The retribution she deserves.
But how?
That's the easiest part. I needed Dudley for my plan. Oh, how I needed him. That night, we waited until well after Teresa had gone to bed. Then we slipped up to her bedroom. I knew she practically knocked herself out with sleeping pills every night. We opened the door, crept into the room. We had her gagged and her arms bound almost before she woke up. Then Dudley held her while I began the transfer. My rings, my wristwatch, and a locket with my name inscribed on it. We carried her downstairs, down to the mooring and to the sailboat. Dudley spoke the first word.
Maxine, are you sure you know how to sail this thing?
Of course, get in. There was a good breeze. We sailed out quickly. About half a mile offshore, we untied Teresa and pushed her over the side. Her scream was lost in the sound of the heavy drums.
And now we return to the story on the wild sea in the shadow of Huntley House, starring Evelyn Ankers.
I did have a feeling of elation as I stood beside my husband, Dudley, in the sailboat, watching the glimmer of a white cap, which a moment before had been my sister. But the sense of elation somehow was not complete. I thought of my plan. It had worked splendidly. Dudley had been a help, but now he was nervous.
Maxine, don't you think we'd better be heading back?
All right.
And quickly. There's a boat over there.
Where?
Ahead of us.
Oh, she's miles away. There was the outline of the boat with running lights clear in the moonlight. But she was far away. We came about and headed back to the cove. About a quarter of a mile from the shore, I ducked below. My plan was nearly completed. I opened the seacocks, jumped up on deck, and was in the water before Dudley realized what was happening.
What are you doing, Maxine? What are you doing? Come back! Don't leave me here! Come back!
I watched, fascinated, until the sailboat went under. Then I swam in, climbed up on the sand below the house, and I stood up, prepared to assume my new identity as Mrs. Everett Huntley. At the house, I waited a full hour before I notified the authorities that the boat was missing. I knew that neither Teresa nor Dudley could swim, and it would be over quickly for them. And I called David Cortland, Teresa's counselor since her husband's death. He rushed out to the house immediately. He was to be the first test in my new role, and he was easier than I expected. Oh, David.
I got her as quickly as I could, Teresa.
It's terrible, David. They've been gone nearly 6 hours now.
There. The Coast Guard's searching by boat and by plane. I'm sure they're all right. But tell me what happened.
Well, Maxine and her husband decided on the spur of the moment to go on a moonlight sail.
Did either of them know anything about a boat?
Oh, of course, Maxine handles the boat marvelously. She did practically nothing else but swim and sail when we were youngsters.
Well, then, there's nothing to worry about. It's a very calm sea tonight.
Yes, I never would have let them go otherwise. Oh, David,
There now. You've certainly had your share these past weeks. But don't worry. If they're in trouble, they'll be picked up.
His words upset me. There was the other boat that night, but the day passed. Then 2 days. Oh, I felt relieved. The afternoon of the second day, I got a sudden phone call from David. I was prepared for that, too, but not quite all of it.
I have bad news for you, Teresa. A fishing boat has just brought in the body of a woman. It's evidently...
Oh, no, David.
Yes. It seems the boat did go down.
Oh, how terrible. I suppose I should come in and arrange for the body.
I'll do that.
But won't they want me to identify her?
Oh, no. No, they'll do that merely by taking fingerprints. I
certainly wasn't prepared for that, nor for what followed in a few hours. summoned by the police in town. David picked me up. He certainly was understanding as we sat in the waiting room of the police station.
We won't be long, I'm sure.
What is it they want?
I don't know. They just said to bring you down.
You may go in now.
Thank you. Yes, Lieutenant?
Sit down. You're, Mrs. Huntley?
Yes.
Mrs. Huntley, I called you down here. I want a complete report of what happened the other night.
Certainly.
I suppose after what I tell you, you won't be interested in seeing the body.
No?
At least I know if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't be interested.
Why not?
The body had deteriorated, so we were unable to identify it with fingerprints. Can you identify these? This locket, these rings?
Oh, yes. Yes, those were Maxine's. Oh, my dear sister. I made the report as the police requested, and a week or so later we held Teresa's funeral. They never did find Dudley's body. Then I returned to Huntley House, but as the days passed by, it became oppressive. What had been so lovely before, the house, the beach, the garden with the cement wall shielding it, all too quickly became the storehouse of memories I wanted to lose. Then I mulled over an idea. And finally, I made up my mind. I called David, and he came out immediately. Come on in, David. Won't you sit down?
Thank you, Teresa. You know, it's always so good to see you.
Is it?
Need I tell you?
David, I'm going to take a trip.
Excellent. Wonderful idea.
Bermuda, England, France. How does it sound to you?
Well, I think it's the only thing. Tell me when you want to leave, and I'll make all the arrangements.
Well, I'd like to go as quickly as possible.
Well, no sooner said than done.
One other thing, David. I've decided to sell the house.
Really?
Yes.
Well, isn't that rather a change? I thought you said you'd never sell it.
You mean Everett did, don't you? He loved it so.
Well, that he did.
David, Everett was your best friend, wasn't he?
My very best.
As you knew him, do you think he would want me to live here after what has happened?
No, I dare say you wouldn't. I'll post it for sale. You'll have no trouble selling it, I'm sure. And I'll arrange you the finest accommodations for your trip to Europe.
David was so kind, so very thoughtful. I almost believed that he liked me, or maybe it was because of Everett. I sold Huntley House the next day. People who bought it simply loved it. All except the cement wall by the flower bed. They said it destroyed the view and that they were going to tear it down. They moved in practically as I moved out. When I arrived at the station to take the train to New York, David was waiting for me with a beautiful corsage, thoughtful as always.
This is for you.
Oh, thank you, David. It's beautiful.
Now, I want you to have a wonderful rest. You'll be in New York a few days before you sail.
I will.
Yes, I thought you might want to do some shopping.
Oh, you think of everything, David.
You know, Teresa, I'm going to miss you.
Really?
Very much. I want you to know that.
Oh, I shall miss you too, David.
Hurry back, won't you?
Yes, I will, David. The trip to New York was marvelous. Especially after the memory of David standing there at the station and what he had said. Oh, I had a glorious shopping spree, and the date for sailing came around almost too quickly. I'd been on board an hour since the ship had left the port of New York, when there was a knock on my cabin door. Come in.
You're Mrs. Huntley?
That's right.
Sergeant Burns, New York Police. You'll come with me, please.
They rushed me off to the station. No one would say anything. I had no idea what was happening or what had happened. Then they put me in a room alone. Suddenly the door opened, and David walked in. I rushed over to him.
What's happened?
Keep your hands off of me.
David. Well, what's the matter?
To think, Teresa, that I was falling in love with you.
David, please. Please don't stand there like that. Tell me, what's happened?
You know what happened. You were there that last day with Everett.
Everett?
Well,
Why,
weren't you? Weren't you with him there alone? And didn't you hear him there in that riptide? And didn't you hear his cries?
Yes, that's right, yes.
Teresa, you should never have sold Huntley House.
Why? What do you mean?
The new owner tore down that cement wall Everett had been building to protect his flowers. The new owner found Everett's body embedded in the cement. How could you ever do it, Teresa? How could you ever murder him?
You have been listening to Obsession.
Have you heard the weird tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Gentlemen, we 7 scientists have banded together because the government of Austria is in deadly peril. We have evidence that Austria is being dangerously undermined by the Nazis, and that nothing is being done from the standpoint of the law to prevent it. We have therefore resolved to take measures into our own hands and prevent this chaos. At our next meeting, we shall present the names of those in high places who attempt to divide and conquer, and shall decide then as to what action shall be taken against them.
And such was the organization in which Hans Minkler, the young, mild-mannered biologist of Vienna, suddenly found himself a member. Hans Minkler, whose whole life was dedicated to the preservation and the saving of human life. Hans Minkler, referred to by his classmates as the man who couldn't kill a fly.
Saturday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the incredible tale of The Letter. Hans Minkler, the young biologist, only half heard the speech of the leader of the 7 scientists, for Hans was dreaming of his beloved experiments. His experiments and the pretty niece of Monsieur Gallet, the lovely Viel, who had been living in Vienna these past 4 years. Kindly Monsieur Gallet was interested in Hans Minkler's theories, and Hans was hoping Gallet might finance them.
Well, Dr. Minkler, I've studied the outline of your proposed experiments, and I've come to the conclusion that you can accomplish great things.
Oh, well, that makes me very happy, Monsieur Gallet.
How much do you think you'll need to carry on?
I feel quite sure that I could get along for a couple of years on 5,000. If my cell experiments prove successful, human life may be prolonged considerably.
I have all the faith in the world in Hans, Uncle.
My niece is certainly sold on your ability, Dr. Minkler.
So are you, Uncle. You may as well admit it.
Young men with your principles are all too scarce today. Europe seems to be saturated with men who claim they want to save mankind. They all seem to want to arrive at it through a destructive method.
Well, it's only a temporary condition.
Who do you plan to have assist you? Kurt Lassner?
Kurt? Well, I haven't decided yet.
Kurt is a fine young man.
Yes, he was a good student, but he's drifted away from his studies. He's become absorbed in politics.
Very well, Hans. I'll start you out with 5,000. Is that the way you want it, Viel?
Yes, Uncle, you're a darling.
I hope that someday I may be able to repay you.
See who that is, Viel. Come into the library, Hans. I'll give you a check.
Yes, of course.
Oh, good evening, Kurt.
Hello, Viel. Well, how are you?
Very well, Kurt.
You're very lovely this evening.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. The prettiest girl in Vienna. Is Hans here? I said I'd pick him up on my way downtown.
Yes, he's talking to Uncle. Talking business.
I've had a busy day. Not enough hours to go around.
Sit down, Kurt.
Thanks.
Kurt, why have you given up your career?
Biology? Oh, I don't know.
But you could do so much good. You were so well equipped to carry on in science. Think of the things yet to be done.
I'm going to do things. Great things.
I mean things that will really benefit mankind.
Well, that's what I mean, too. You know, you sound like Hans.
Hans is very sad about your dropping your work. He counted on your helping him in his experiment.
Oh, he'll get over it. Besides, those experiments can wait a while.
No, Hans is going ahead.
Who's going to help him?
I am, if no one else.
You? Well, how can you help him?
I can learn biology.
But it'll take a lot of money to do what he planned.
He has the money. It's all arranged. My uncle has financed him.
Your uncle?
Yes.
Well, I wish Hans luck.
And I'm going to marry Hans.
What? You and Hans? Well, what a surprise.
Yes, I've made up my mind.
I see. Well, I guess...
Good evening, Kurt. Glad to see you.
Good evening.
Hello, Kurt. Oh, have you heard the good news?
Yes, Viel just told me. And I wish you both good luck. I hope you'll be very happy. And when's the wedding?
Wedding? What wedding? Oh, yes. Me, of course.
Typical absent-minded professors.
See, look, I have the money for my experiments.
Well, Hans, it's 7:45. We better run along. We have an appointment at 8.
Oh, yes, the meeting. I'd forgotten. Yes, I'll be right with you. Goodbye, monsieur.
Bye.
Good night, Viel. Darling.
Good night, Hans, dear. I'll see you in the morning.
So Hans Minkler reluctantly attends his second meeting, and with Kurt Lassner joins the 5 scientists in the darkened room. The single low lamp on the table casts their shadows on the wall. The leader is speaking again.
Gentlemen, we have learned who these 5th columnists are. So it is our duty as loyal citizens to take action against these men. We have learned who the leader is, and naturally he must be the first one to go. In this envelope I have his name. We will now draw lots to select the one among us to carry out instructions which will be read later. Are you ready with the straws, Kurt Lassner?
Ready, sir.
This is an old and simple method, but since there are only 7 of us, it will suffice. Proceed, Kurt.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All of us have drawn, sir.
Good. Here's the envelope containing the name of our victim. Who has the short straw?
Well, I guess I have.
Hans Minkler. Here's the envelope. But before you open it, we must tell you what the committee has decided to do about this man. He is to die.
Die?
And that task has fallen to you.
You mean this man is to be murdered?
Exactly.
What? You don't know me, gentlemen. I'm a saver of life. I wouldn't consider such a thing for a moment.
Herr Minkler, you are a member of this group. You know our secrets. It will be best for us and for you if you completely forget your scruples.
Oh, but I can't belong to a society with such diabolical purposes. Why, I didn't realize what this was all about. Oh, no, I withdraw.
It's too late to think about withdrawing.
Do you mean that you actually expect me to kill someone?
You have been selected.
You are fools. Oh, I couldn't kill a fly. I couldn't harm a living thing if the whole country went up in smoke. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. You're not scientists. You're a band of madmen. Fiends.
Sit down, Hans Minkler. We're not a band of madmen, and we are not fiends. We are loyal patriots of Austria who are determined to save our country. Any one of us might have drawn that straw.
Well, I don't want to be a party to such a plan. I'll not commit murder.
Unfortunately, you know too much about us now to pull out.
And suppose I refuse?
Then you will accomplish nothing. Not only will we eradicate our selected victim, but we'll see to it that you are eradicated with him.
Who is this victim?
Open the envelope.
Very well. What? Why, you are insane. The whole lot of you. Monsieur Gallet is the soul of honor. Monsieur Gallet is one of the most honest men I've ever met.
Monsieur Gallet is the leader of the Nazi party.
I don't believe it. Why, I'm to marry his niece.
Did you say Monsieur Gallet?
Yes, you know that's ridiculous, Kurt. He'd never do such a thing.
Gallet is the leader. We have proof. He also has a very lovely niece. And I'm sure you'd want nothing to happen to her. Would you, Herr Minkler?
No. No, I wouldn't. But you must give me time. Time to think.
There is nothing to think about. It has been decided. Gallet must be exterminated within 12 hours.
Very well. And there's nothing else for me to do. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Herr Minkler. And remember, if you don't accomplish this task within 12 hours, we will be forced to take care of you. And if we can't find you, we will find the girl.
Yes, I understand. Good night.
Well, Hans, what are you going to do about it? You've sat in your apartment for 2 hours now. Which shall it be? 3 lives are at stake. The uncle's and yours and VL's. Hans gets his car and drives to Monsieur Gallet's home.
Well, hello, Hans. What on earth are you doing here? I didn't expect you back this evening.
Where is VL?
Why, she went to some friends. She probably won't be back till after midnight. What on earth's wrong with you?
Get your hat and coat, Monsieur Gallet.
What? Have you been drinking, Hans?
Get your hat and coat.
Now, wait a minute. Suppose you explain.
There's no time for explanations. Get your things.
What for?
You're coming with me.
I was just ready to turn in. You better run along, Hans. You'll feel better in the morning.
Put up your hands, Monsieur Gallet.
What? This is the funniest thing I've ever encountered. Have you really got a gun in your pocket?
I have. I hope you don't force me to prove it.
Well, this is certainly a surprise. The meaning of all this?
I've just discovered that you're the leader of the Nazis who are trying to undermine the Austrian government.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Who told you such a thing?
There's an organization which is determined to eradicate all Nazis one by one, and you are the leader. Read this. It says leader Paul Gallet. Death.
This is the maddest thing I've ever heard of. I've been highly active in anti-Nazi work.
They say that's merely a cover-up.
Are you a member of this secret organization?
Yes.
You've been selected to kill me?
Yes.
It's unbelievable that you, Hans Minkler, could be mixed up in such a thing. I think you're being hoodwinked. I am an anti-Nazi. If you plan to kill me, you must belong to the Nazi organization.
Get your things and come along.
What do you intend to do with me?
That's all planned. Come along.
Very well. You, give me that gun.
You fool.
No,
don't. Monsieur. Good Lord.
Hans stands staring at the body of Monsieur Gallet for a few moments. Then, in a daze, he turns out the lights, closes the library door, and returns to his apartment. For the remainder of the night, he sits at his desk staring into the darkness, lost in thought. And then morning comes, and VL at her home opens the library door and...
Well, he's been dead about 8 hours, Fräulein.
Who on earth would do such a thing? He had no enemies.
He was quite active in anti-Nazi work.
Yes.
Here's something we found on the library floor.
A pipe?
Yes. The bowl is hand-carved, has initials on it. As you see, the stem is broken. Have you ever seen this pipe before?
Well, I don't remember.
There's something else we found, a note, which reads, Leader Paul Gallet, death. Do you recognize the handwriting?
No.
Do you know anyone whose initials are HM, the initials carved on the pipe bowl?
Yes, the pipe belongs to my fiancé, Hans Minkler.
Your fiancé. What time did you return home last night?
I attended a party and got here about 1 o'clock. I supposed Uncle was in bed. I didn't look in the library. I went straight to my room.
What is Hans Minkler's address?
I'm sure Hans had nothing to do with this.
Are you?
He lives at 13 Cronhead Street.
I'll run over there. Please don't touch anything in the library.
I won't.
Good morning.
Kurt, something terrible's happened. Uncle was murdered last night. The police have just left. They found Hans's pipe on the library floor. It was broken. They've gone to his apartment. Please come over right away.
Hello, Hans. This is Kurt. The police found your pipe in Gallet's library. They're on their way to your place. You've got to get out of the country immediately. Don't wait a moment.
terrible.
Now, control yourself, Ian.
Oh, Kurt, I can't imagine why anyone would do such a thing. Kurt, do you know where Hans is?
Well, I suppose he's at his apartment. Hasn't he called you this morning?
He usually does, but he hasn't. They found Hans's broken pipe near Uncle's body. Kurt, I must warn Hans. I must let him know what's happened.
Hans' pipe, huh? Oh, that's bad. By all means, phone him at once.
Oh, you call him.
Of course.
It's Kronigstadt 4347.
Right. It's ringing.
He must be there.
He would have answered by now.
Where could he be?
I haven't the slightest idea.
But he always calls me before this. Kurt, it isn't possible. It can't be.
Now, just try to control yourself, Yale.
Oh, see who it is, Kurt.
Special delivery. Sign here, please.
Well, thank you.
Who's it for?
For you.
Kurt. It's from Hans. Good heavens, read it.
Leaving Vienna on important business. Contact me at 16 Rue de Roche, Paris, under name of Pierre Cabot, H.M.
Well, I don't understand it. What does he mean? What important business? Why should he disappear like this?
I've no idea, but it does look strange. Your uncle is murdered and Hans disappears. Oh, but what motive could he have had?
But they found his pipe near Uncle's body.
You know Hans had nothing to do with it. I'll admit he's always been rather peculiar, never seemed to let loose, always seemed to be on his guard, but I can think of no reason for this.
But what could this important business be? He never told me of it. And why on earth should he go to Paris under an assumed name?
That is strange.
Kurt, that officer said something.
What?
Well, you know that Uncle was active in anti-Nazi work. Do you suppose it could be a Nazi?
No, why not? But who? Who do we know that's a Nazi? I certainly
Wait
don't.
a minute. You just said that you felt Hans was always on his guard. Do you mean you felt he was concealing something?
Well, there have been times when I've felt that, but on the whole, I've thought of him as a slow-thinking, absent-minded professor.
But it does seem strange that the moment Uncle gave him the check, that this should happen and he should disappear.
Maybe he went to visit our old pal, Jean Renaud. You remember Jean? He was one of our classmates.
But I have a strange feeling that Hans wouldn't go away like this, without telling me beforehand, unless something were wrong. Do you suppose that Hans has been deceiving us all along?
What makes you ask that?
Well, it suddenly occurred to me that he spoke French without the trace of an accent. And I remember Jean Renaud said once that he spoke English without an accent.
So what?
Well, if he did, where did he learn to do that? Certainly not by living in Vienna all his life.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Why didn't he tell me beforehand that he was leaving?
But he wrote you this letter.
Yes, but it wasn't written by the Hans I know.
Oh, I think you'd better forget about it.
Good. I didn't tell you this. The police found a note on the floor. It said, Leader Paul Gallet, death. It must have meant that Uncle was an anti-Nazi leader and he was sentenced to die. And if this ties in with Hans' disappearance, then Hans must have been connected with the Nazis.
Oh, darling, you're getting yourself all worked up.
You don't think Hans was a Nazi?
Well, I'll admit the way you've got it all worked out, it sounds plausible, but if he was a Nazi and he's left the country, what can we do about it? He won't come back.
But why should he go to Paris?
Well, Jean Renaud was a good friend of ours. I'm sure Jean knows nothing about Hans being a Nazi. Jean would never suspect him. Maybe Paris is his next assignment. Nazis are just as busy in France as they are here. Let's see that letter from Hans. He says here, contact me 16 Rue de Roche, Paris. That's Renaud's address, 16 Rue de Roche.
Oh, good. I just can't believe it. How could I have been such a fool?
I'll see who it is, darling.
I'm Captain Gruber from police headquarters.
Oh, come in, Captain.
Sorry to trouble you again, Fräulein, but we went to Herr Minkler's apartment. He wasn't there.
He wasn't.
His car has not been in the garage all night.
That's strange.
We found this writing on the notepad on his desk. Is it his handwriting?
Yes.
He's written the same two words over and over again, Gallet and Lier, as though he tried to make up his mind about something.
But what's become of his car?
The car's been found.
Where?
In a public garage. From all indications, Minkler's left the country, probably for France.
Oh, why France?
We've discovered that Hans Minkler is a French citizen.
A French citizen? Well, he always led us to believe that he was a native Austrian.
Now, we'll want to check things over a little further. We'll be back this afternoon. Please don't disturb anything.
No, we won't.
By the way, what is your name, sir?
Oh, my name is Kurt Lasner.
Good day.
Good. What did you see? What were you looking at just then?
What do you mean?
What startled you on Uncle's desk?
Well, nothing. Nothing at all.
Here, let me see. Good heavens, I see it. Here on the desk blotter, Uncle's handwriting, it says, "Find Hans Minkler." And it was Hans. It was. Uncle was trying to tell us who did it.
Maybe.
To think that he could be so low as to take Uncle's money and then kill him.
Oh, please, Viel.
I just can't believe it. I won't believe it. I mustn't.
Well, I'm sorry to say that all the evidence is certainly against him. Oh, come, Viel. Try to get this off your mind. Try to get some rest. The police will take care of everything.
Oh, yes, Kurt. I guess you're right.
If Hans did do it, he'll pay. He's the one who'll do the suffering. Believe me.
But during the night, the Nazi hordes rolled swiftly into Austria. Without firing a shot, took over the reins of government. A few weeks later, France declared war. Then one night, Hans Minkler makes his way through the maze of Paris traffic and knocks at the door of number 16 Rue de Roche.
Oh.
Yes?
Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
Is Jean Renault in?
Who shall I say is calling?
Why, Pierre Cabot.
Won't you come in, Monsieur Cabot? Major Renault has just stepped out. He'll be back shortly. Was he expecting you?
No. Did you say Major Renault?
Yes. Since war has been declared, he's gone on the active service list.
Oh, I see. I've been phoning for a week, but no one answered.
You haven't seen the Major in some time.
No, I haven't. I've been in Austria for several years. Renault and I went to school together in Vienna.
Oh. Are you by any chance Hans Minkler?
How did you know that?
Why are you traveling incognito?
Well, where is Renault?
I regret to inform you that Renault has been in Africa for some time. He's due back in a few weeks, however. Did you know Monsieur Gallet in Vienna?
Why, yes. Who are you?
I'm Monsieur Deveau, of the French Sûreté.
Oh, police.
Yes. Did you ever accept any money from Monsieur Gallet?
Why are you asking me these questions?
You never accepted money from Gallet?
No.
Search him, Henri.
No, just a moment.
Sorry, Minkler. I'll take the bill for Henri.
Yes, sir. I don't understand all this.
You understand, all right. Well. So you never received money from Gallet. What's this check for?
Well, that's to help carry on my experiments.
Undoubtedly. Monsieur Gallet was helping you and quite a number of others to carry on experiments.
Others?
I suppose you say you're new at this game.
Game? I don't know what you mean. I had nothing to do with his death. Nothing.
Yes, I believe that. Why should you kill one of your own?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
If you were intending to carry on experiments in Vienna, why is this check drawn on the Bank of Paris?
Well, maybe he had a surplus of funds here.
Indeed, he did.
How did you know I was coming here?
We knew. Just what were your plans?
Oh, this is ridiculous. I'm not a spy. I was engaged to Mary Gallet's niece.
Really?
Some way I got mixed up with an organization which planned to rid Austria of all Nazis. They claimed that Monsieur Gallet was the leader in Vienna. I denied it. But nevertheless, I was selected to murder him.
Oh, I see.
And told that if I refused, they'd also kill me and my fiancée as well. I decided to get them out of the country. I went to Gallet's home. My fiancé was not there. I knew there was no time to lose. So I tried to take him away by force. He was suspicious of me. We suddenly got into a scuffle. And then someone behind me fired a gun. I don't know who it was. And Gallet fell dead.
I see.
I went to my home. Next morning learned that they were looking for me. I got out of the country, and in a roundabout way, I came to Paris.
A good story. But it doesn't hold water. Gallet was a Nazi leader, and there's too much evidence against you, Minkler. Come on. Let's go now to headquarters.
2 weeks later, Jean Renault returns to Paris. Then, 6 weeks after Austria surrenders, Kurt and Viel escape from the Nazis and make their way to Paris. Jean Renaud meets Kurt on the street and asks him to bring Viel to visit him at 16 Rue de Roche.
Come in, Kurt. Well, Viel. It's been a long time. How are you?
Excellent, thank you.
So you two are married. Well, my congratulations. Though I didn't expect it to work out quite this way.
No? Why not?
Well, I always had an idea that you might marry Hans Minkler.
Well, one never knows.
No, Kurt. One never does.
By the way, have you seen Hans? He's in Paris, been here for several weeks.
Has he?
Yes. Don't tell me you haven't seen him.
He told us he was coming to visit you.
Oh, yes. He's in Paris. I wasn't here when he arrived. He left several notes. I found them when I returned.
But do you know where he is now?
Yes. Would you like to see him?
Yes, I would.
Hans is dead.
Dead?
What? Dead?
Yes. He was executed as a Nazi spy.
A Nazi spy?
Yes. I got here too late to help him. They had conclusive evidence against him.
Why, that's ridiculous.
Hans is dead, nevertheless.
But what happened?
Well, it seems Hans got into some trouble in Vienna and came to Paris to see me. In some way, the Sûreté here was informed that he was a Nazi, was coming here to carry on.
But who on earth would accuse Hans of such a thing?
I wonder. But they received a letter from Vienna accusing Hans. The Sûreté found a check on him from a high Nazi official. There was nothing that could save him.
A check from a high Nazi official? Who was the official?
Paul Gallet, Viel's uncle.
What?
Didn't you know about your uncle?
I don't believe it.
Whether you do or not, he was a Nazi. The Secret Service has known it for years. He may or may not have given the check to Hans for Nazi purposes. But the evidence was against Hans. Then the letter came to the Sûreté saying Hans was a Nazi agent. They found him here, arrested him. That's all there was to it.
But who would write such a letter? Hans had no enemies.
Would you like to read the letter?
Yes.
Here it is.
Hans Minkler, under alias of Pierre Capot, has given evidence of being a Nazi spy. Locate him at 16 Rue de Roche, Paris.
And that's all that was necessary.
How awful. I can't imagine such a thing.
Notice the handwriting, Kurt.
What? Ah, yes. Viel, this is your handwriting.
It is not.
I'm positive. You wrote this.
No.
Don't lie to me. I know your writing. You wrote this letter.
All right. All right, I did. I was convinced that he'd deceived me. I was convinced he killed Uncle. Yes, I wrote it.
How could you?
Oh, I never dreamed Uncle was a Nazi. I thought Hans was a Nazi. I was determined to make him suffer. You believe me, don't you?
Yes, Viel. I believe you. But I'm awfully, awfully sorry for you.
Oh, poor Hans. Poor Hans. Oh, I'll never forgive myself.
Yes, Viel. What a terrible injustice you have done. But someday, perhaps you'll learn what really happened to your uncle. It wasn't Hans who killed him. Hans didn't even have a gun, just a pipe. But Hans wanted to get him safely out of the country. And Kurt knew that Hans would never go through with the order of the Secret Seven. So he followed Hans. And when he saw what was happening, he shot Gallet and disappeared and let you think Hans did it. Because Kurt was in love with you, too, Viel.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the strange tale of Out of the Fog. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Now let's see. Suspect, suspectant, suspend. Ah, here we are. Suspense. The condition of mental uncertainty, usually accompanied by apprehension or anxiety. Fear of something which is about to occur, as do not keep me any longer in suspense.
For our story of suspense tonight, we invite you to enjoy The Devil in the Summer House by John Dixon Carr.
Somewhere along the Hudson, perhaps not far from Tarrytown, there is a modest house in its own grounds. Behind it, in a spacious garden, stands a summer house of evil memory. More than 25 years ago, a man shot himself, or at least died, in that summer house. They found Major Kenyon with a scorched bullet hole in his head and the weapon beside him. But we are in the present now. The latticed summer house has grown heavy with vines, and only the other evening 2 men came into that garden at twilight, over the shaggy grass, as a storm was brewing along the Hudson. 2 men, the lawyer from New York.
Who's there?
And Captain Burke of the homicide
Easy,
squad.
my friend, easy. I was just going to ask you the same thing.
My name is Parker. I'm an attorney. You're not Captain Burke.
Yeah, the very same and no other. I thought I recognized you, Mr. Parker. Must be something important to bring you so far from New York at this time of night.
I was in Tarrytown anyway. I thought there'd be a housekeeper here, but I don't see any lights.
You've got business here?
Yes, in a way. Have you?
I don't know. I'll tell you better after you tell me what brought you to a place that no one has lived in for 10 years.
Tell me, Captain. Did you ever get an anonymous letter from a dead man? Did you?
No, I can't say I did. The letter's anonymous. How do you know the man's dead?
Because they're all dead. Every last one of them. Dead and under the ground, where they can't be hurt any longer. Look. There's the summer house where Jerry Kenyon used to work. There are the windows of the library and the dining room. Looking for it. Confound this lightning.
Makes the windows blaze, don't it?
Jerry Kenyon hadn't a care in the world. Yet he shot himself. I'll show you the letter.
Now, look, Mr. Parker, I couldn't read anything in this light. But if we can get inside the house
Certainly we can get into the house. I was the family attorney. I've got the keys. Why should a dead person send me a letter?
No lights working, eh? But you got a flashlight, I see. Came here prepared for anything, eh?
This is the library. There were always candles on the mantel. Yes, there they are. Have you a match, Captain?
Yes, I'll light them.
That's better. Same old heavy furniture. Same old thick carpet. Same old globe map.
Mr. Parker, this letter that you were talking about.
Yeah. Read it.
Hey, wait a minute. This thing is dated November 2nd, 1918.
That's right, and be careful of that paper. You see how old it is? But it was mailed yesterday.
From where?
I don't remember. I didn't keep the envelope. Read it.
Dear Joe.
In case you didn't know it, I'm Joe.
Dear Joe, if you want to know how Major Kenyon really died...
But we know how he died. It was suicide.
Are you sure it was? Whoever wrote this letter doesn't seem to think so. If you want to know how Major Kenyon really died, look in the third drawer of the desk in the library. Press hard at the back of the drawer. Yours very truly. It's not signed.
That's right.
Now, you sure you don't know who wrote that letter?
This is the first time I've been back in this room, Captain. It was almost a home to me once. There's the chair where Isabel sat on the afternoon it happened. Isabel was Jerry Kenyon's wife. Beautiful woman. There's the door that the maid let me in by that afternoon. You know, Captain, seems to me they're all here tonight.
Who?
We stand beneath the sounding rafter, and the walls around us are bare as they echo our peals of laughter. It seems that the dead are there.
Yet we stand to our glasses steady.
You know it?
I was in my school reader. How does the rest of it go?
Yet we stand to our glasses steady and drink to our comrades' eyes. Here's a glass to the dead already. Hurrah for the next that dies. Excuse me, Captain. I don't know what's come over me talking that way. I was very fond of these people.
Are you going to look in the desk drawer?
This is a lot of nonsense.
Then why are you here, Mr. Parker?
Jerry Kenyon was always a happy man. At least that's what I always thought. Big, boisterous fellow.
Yeah?
He had a good position with Vitaton. You know, the phonograph company.
Yeah, sure, I know.
But he'd just been made a major in the army. 1917. There was a war on then, too, if you remember.
I remember. To make the world safe for democracy.
Old days. Old heartaches. Old memories. I remember that blazing hot day in August when all the windows were up. I remember this room. And Isabel, that was Jerry's wife, sitting in that chair, knitting. I remember...
Oh, yes, Kitty. What is it?
There's a man to see you, Miss Kenyon. He says his name's Parker.
Yes, I'm expecting him. Show him in, please.
All right, ma'am. Shall I take your knitting in your knitting bag?
Why should you take my knitting?
I don't know, Miss Kenyon. I just wondered. You can come in now.
Thank you.
Hello, Joe.
Hello, Isabel. You sent for me?
Joe, I must apologize for Kitty. Servants are getting to be a problem nowadays.
She looks pretty enough to get along.
Oh, Kitty's got large ideas. She wants to go on the stage, if you please, and do imitations, like Miss Draper. If she only knew how hard it was acting all your life.
Isabel, you've been crying.
I have not. At least,
Is that why you sent for me?
I've missed you. You haven't been here in over a week, Joe.
I had an idea Jerry was getting a little tired of having me around this house.
Oh, no, Joe. Why, Jerry...
Yes, what about Jerry?
I wish I knew, Joe. That's why I wanted you here.
Where is he, by the way? I want to say goodbye to him before he leaves.
He's probably out in the summer house where he works with all those papers. He's got a lot of work to catch up with. He's going overseas tomorrow.
Yes, I know.
He's out there. He's been out there all day. His last day here. I've been alone.
That sounded like a shot.
Yes, it was a shot, Joe,
In the house.
dear.
Doesn't seem to worry you.
It's only Paul, Jerry's brother, Paul.
Oh, thought you'd gotten him off your hands for good.
Jerry asked him out. He got here 2 nights ago.
That doesn't make it any easier for you, does it?
No, I don't mind. Jerry's fixed him up with a pistol range in the cellar. Paul's a terribly bad shot. Not like the rest of us. You don't seem to like it, Joe. Shall I have Kitty go down and tell him to stop?
No, it's terrible. As long as he keeps away.
Poor Joe.
But, about Jerry, who is it this time?
Joe, Jerry's been home 5 days on leave from camp. Well, never mind what camp. But he spent 4 evenings of those 5 with that Fisk woman.
Diane Fisk? The redhead with all the money?
Oh, she got money?
Wow.
She must have some attraction then. Please understand me, Joe. It's not that I'm jealous any longer. It's just
No,
that
of course not.
Jerry goes his way and I go mine. I may not be without admirers myself, if it comes to that.
You've no idea how true that is, Isabel.
No, I was thinking about Jerry. He may not always be lucky. He may meet some girl who's not as broad-minded as I am. And then when he gives her the go-by... Paul must be getting really furious down in that cell. He's not hitting anything.
He must be using a lot of ammunition.
Now, your trouble, Joe, is that you're too much of a gentleman. And if you really want to see Jerry, there he is now.
Where?
Just standing in the door of the summer house. Look out the window.
Infernally bright out there.
Doesn't he look noble in his new uniform? Sam Brown belt and revolver and everything. Look how he turns around and waves his cap at us. Like a real soldier.
Real soldiers don't exactly wave their caps, do they?
He does. Jerry? Jerry!
Hello there!
Jerry, Joe Parker's here.
Who?
Joe Parker. He wants to see you.
Well, give him a drink or something. I'll be up in a minute.
Into the summer house again. Not a care in the world, has
Now,
he?
listen, Isabel, you've got to slow down. You'll be crying again in a minute. Come on over here and sit down.
The light hurts my eyes, that's all.
Well, then we'll just pull these blinds. We'll still be able to see it. There, how's that?
It's better, thanks.
Now, can I get you anything?
Oh, no, you heard the Great White Chief's orders. I'm to get you something. What'll you have, Joe? A highball?
Don't bother with that.
Oh, it's no bother. Everything's out in the dining room here. The iceman didn't deliver today of all days, so I'm afraid I can't give you any ice. I read in the paper yesterday that we're likely to have automatic ice boxes any day now. Things that freeze ice by electricity or something. Do you believe that, Joe?
I doubt it. Listen, Isabel.
Here you are. It's not cold at all. It's the best I could do.
Thanks very much. What I wanted to say was, couldn't you get that brother of yours to give up practicing now? Hasn't he done his good deed for the day?
Yes, maybe he has. I'll ring for Kitty.
You don't have to call me, Miss Kenyon. I'm here.
Oh, yes, Kitty. What is it?
It's only to tell you there's another visitor. This time it's a woman.
Lady, Kitty. Call her a lady, please.
Well, maybe. She says her name's Diane Fisk.
Diane Fisk, that's Jerry.
Kitty, tell the lady I'm not in.
Lady. She's a fine lady. I don't want to intrude, my dear. I don't want to intrude. Anyway, it's too late, Miss Kenyon. She's coming down the hall now.
My dear Mrs. Kenyon.
How do you do, Diane? This is a friend of ours, Miss Fisk, Mr. Parker.
Oh, now, I don't want to intrude, really, I don't. I wouldn't have intruded for worlds, especially on a day like this. Isn't it awful? But your husband simply insisted, my dear Mrs. Kenyon. He simply wouldn't take no for an answer.
I'm sure he wouldn't.
Do you know what he's brought from his office as a surprise?
No.
A phonograph recording machine. He's going to let us use it.
So that we can all hear ourselves talk twice. How nice. Heaven's name, can't somebody stop that firing?
Don't fly off the handle. Take it easy now.
Kitty.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please go down the cellar and tell Mr. Kenyon's brother he's driving us all crazy. Tell him to stop.
Yes, ma'am.
My dear Mrs. Kenyon, I do hope I haven't offended you in any way.
I know I'm a silly little chatterbox. They say people who have red hair often are. Because at your age, you must find the heat very trying.
Don't you think we'd all better sit down?
I
was very much interested in what Miss Fisk said about our phonograph recording machine. Mrs. Kenyon was just talking about a machine to make ice.
Yes. Isn't science wonderful? But I do think it was mean of Major Kenyon to invite me out here and then go and fall asleep in the summer house.
Did you say fall asleep?
Yes, of course.
How did you know?
Well, I came up the back way and I saw him in the summer house with his head forward on the table, taking a nice little snooze.
It's very queer.
Of course, you couldn't see much except in the bright light of the door, but I think I saw him there. I didn't disturb him, naturally.
But I think I'd better disturb him.
Oh, now, please don't trouble on my account.
The fact is, my dear, I don't altogether trust myself in this room. A woman of my age has to conserve his strength, you know. So if you'll just excuse me.
Well, of course, if you... Oh, dear, I just can't think what I'm always saying because I have the best intentions in the world, Mr. Barker. But,
Parker.
Oh, yes, Parker, but I do somehow manage to offend people being so dependent and everything. Except the men, of course. I couldn't offend you, Mr. Parker. Now, could I?
Madam, I'm not sure.
Well, of course, the person I really came to see was Paul, Mr. Kenyon's brother. He's a little young, of course, but he's joining up next month, and I think we should all do our bit, don't you? He has such a pleasant personality. I think he likes me. Why, if he walked in at that door this minute...
Now, how am I ever going to get any place? Someone's always interrupting my revolver practice just when I'm getting to the point where I can... Oh.
Why, Paul,
Good Lord, are you here again?
you're a very untidy object, Paul.
Well, it's pretty untidy in this cellar. And dirty. I've got cockroaches on me, so keep away.
Did you have a good day shooting?
Swell. One of the best.
Hit the target?
On the only shot that mattered, I hit the target dead center. That sounded like Isabel.
I think it was Isabel.
Why have you got those blinds down? Get them up. What is it? What's wrong with you? What are you looking at through that window?
That was 25 years ago, Captain Burke. We found Jerry Kenyon lying across the table in the summer house. He'd shot himself through the head with his own revolver from the holster. It was lying on the floor beside him.
Shot himself, right? I see.
When Isabel found him, he'd been dead about half an hour.
The doctors proved that, did they?
Yes, that shot had been fired against his head. The front of his uniform cap was powder burned where the bullet entered.
There's no doubt about that.
None at all. We never noticed the real shot
Because that young lad was shooting off guns like a maniac in the cellar.
Precisely. Now they're all dead. By accident, illness, they're all gone. Isabel Kenyon died less than a year afterwards. I think she died just because she was so fond of Jerry. I suppose you've guessed my little secret.
Oh, I think I can sort of read between the lines. You were in love with Isabel Kenyon, weren't you?
Yes.
Well, these things happen.
I never let her see it, you understand?
Women know, pretty generally.
So, they're gone. The youngest of them. And I'm left alone with old tunes, old ghosts, wondering why the fellow ever killed himself. Why? Why? And this morning, out of a clear sky, I get a letter saying, if you want to know how Major Kenyon really died, look in the third drawer of the desk in the library. But I tell you, we know how he died.
Well, aren't you going to do it?
Naturally. I've got a key somewhere here that fits the drawer.
Now, listen, Mr. Parker. In my father's country, in Ireland, they got a saying that when a man's going to commit suicide...
I thought of doing that, too.
Then the devil comes in and takes him by the hand and talks to him. They say you can see the devil as plain as I see you just before you pull the trigger.
The devil must have been in the summer house that afternoon, then.
Oh, no, he wasn't.
What do you mean?
Major Kenyon didn't kill himself. He was murdered.
My dear Captain Burke, the police covered all that at the time. Everybody had an alibi.
They did they?
Well, think of what I've told you. Isabel and I were together all the time. Paul, her brother, was shooting off guns in the cellar.
Yeah?
Diane Fisk.
Yeah, what about her?
Her chauffeur who drove her there swore he saw her walk straight up to the place. She passed the summer house, but didn't stop there.
Well, that checks.
Even Kitty, the maid, could prove she'd never stirred out of the house until just a minute or so before Isabel went herself.
Oh, and why did the maid have to leave the house at all?
She was taking Jerry the black coffee he drank every afternoon. He'd already been dead half an hour then. And that, my dear Captain, disposes of everybody.
Well, now listen, Mr. Parker. You're a good guy, and I'm not going to hold out on you any longer. You see, I say Major Kenyon was murdered because I know he was murdered.
By an outsider?
By one of the people in the house.
That's impossible.
Is it? Well, why don't you open that desk drawer and see? What time is it?
It's 7:45.
7:45? And I haven't got much time.
For what?
Holy St. Patrick, will you open that drawer?
If it's waited 25 years, my friend, it can wait a minute more. I've got the key somewhere in this bunch of keys. Everything the same. Paul never altered what he inherited. Same old desk, same old phonograph. Same old... I think this is the key. Yeah, it opens. There's nothing here except one or two old newspapers. Everything very dirty.
The letter says to press hard at the back. Now, have you tried that?
Doesn't seem to. Yes, by George, it does work.
Well?
There seems to be a movable back on a hinge.
Well, what's inside?
Some sort of flat brown paper parcel sealed with wax. And about as dirty as it can get.
Open it, man. Open it.
I'm going to. It's a phonograph record. There's a plain white label. Something on it written in pencil. I don't see too well nowadays without my glasses.
Here, give it to me. I'll read it to you.
Go on.
A record of how I killed Jerry Kenyon. Say, don't you get it, Mr. Parker? This is the real goods. The murderer's going to tell us his own story 25 years later.
Be careful. Whatever you do, don't drop it.
You seem to be interested enough now.
I don't say I'm not interested. I say I can't believe it.
You know, when you were talking about the dead coming back and that kind of thing, you sure started giving me goose pimples. But that's just what it is, a dead person. Now, there's the phonograph. Put that record on. Let's hear what the ghost says.
Any of them could have made the record, of course. The apparatus was all here.
Don't just stand there by the phonograph. Want to work?
Yes, it works.
Is it wound up?
Yes, it's wound up. Here goes.
Now, look, Mr. Parker. Whose voice do you think it's going to be?
I don't know.
Now, I want to warn you. The voice you're going to hear from there...
Please, be quiet. Listen. I've started it up. Well, speak up. Who killed Jerry Kenyon?
I killed him, Joe, dear.
Isabel.
I'm sorry about it, Joe. But I had to have you for an alibi. And you were so terribly easy to
It's
fool.
only a phonograph record, man. Don't look at it as if it was alive.
You said you and I were always together, Joe. But that wasn't quite true. I left you to go into the dining room and mix a highball, remember?
Yes.
And I was carrying my big knitting bag. Remember that, too? And there was something else in it besides knitting. I'm an awfully good revolver shot, Joe. I told you we were all good except Paul. And the back windows of the dining room faced the same way as the back windows of the library.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you.
Jerry was in the summer house. I made a sign to him from the window, and he came to the door there. In bright sunlight, 50 feet away.
True again, Isabel. True
Joe,
again.
don't you know what August heat is in a wooden summer house? Didn't anybody see that no man would be wearing a cap inside on a day like that? Jerry had taken his cap off before he went into the summer house. We saw him do it. He was bareheaded when he came to the door. So I lifted the revolver and shot him through the head. Then I dropped the gun back in my knitting bag and went back into the library with your drink.
Isabel.
Don't talk back to the thing,
There
man, or
was
you'll drive me
something else
screwy.
in my knitting bag, too. I had to use it. It was a duplicate of Jerry's army camp with a powder-burned hole already fired through it in the place I wanted.
Very clever of you, Isabel. So I've been the goat for 25 years.
I waited for some time and then slipped out to find the body. I fitted the new cap over Jerry's head in place where it ought to go. I put the old cap in my knitting bag. I took his revolver out of the holster and kept it. The gun that I'd used, I dropped on the floor beside him. So I proved it was suicide. You see?
You proved it to me.
Joe, listen, I'm very sick. They tell me I'm going to die.
You are dead.
Joe, I'm afraid. I'm going out in the dark, and I don't know what's there.
Don't go away, Isabel. Come
Joe.
on. Just for a minute.
Okay, I've had just about enough of this.
Joe, I want you to tell everybody about it. I want you to tell them how a poor, crazy woman couldn't stand that man any longer, and how...
There. It's cut off, and it's going to stay cut off.
Thank you. I've heard about enough, too. But you can't arrest her now, my friend. You can't arrest her now.
After hearing that, I'm not going to arrest anybody.
Tell me, Captain. Did you know what was on the record?
No. That's why I had to hear it. I knew about it, but I wasn't sure what it had to say. But so help me, I never guessed how hard it would hit you. Man, don't you get it even yet?
Yes, I get it.
Oh, no, you don't. You don't see anything. That was how the fake suicide was managed, yes. That's just how it was all done, bar one or two little things. Only...
Only what?
Only it wasn't Isabel Kenyon who committed the murder.
Did I hear you correctly?
You did?
This is another one of your little jokes, I imagine. Can't you let me alone? Have you some kind of personal spite against me? What did I ever do?
You're going to hear the real truth now if I have to hold you down in that chair. I know Mrs. Kenyon didn't kill her husband because I've just come from talking to the real murderer up the river.
But they're all dead.
Oh, no, they're not. And I haven't got much time either. That clock's just going to strike 8.
What's the time got to do with
it? Good deal if you'll follow me. Mrs. Kenyon died less than a year after her husband, didn't she?
Yes.
But it wasn't Mrs. Kenyon's voice you just heard on that record.
What?
I'm telling you. The real murderer hated her. Hated her like poison and wanted her blamed for the crime. When Mrs. Kenyon died, the real murderer wrote a letter.
Well?
But she never mailed that letter. She made a lying record of Isabel Kenyon's voice as evidence. Now you figure it out for yourself. Who was pretty enough to take Major Kenyon's eye and strike back like fury when she got thrown over? Who wanted to go on the stage and do impersonations?
Kitty, the maid.
Ah, you're talking sense.
She shot Jerry from the dining room window.
When she couldn't borrow Mrs. Kenyon's knitting bag, she went out to the summer house with a gun and the fake cap wrapped in a napkin on a coffee tray.
She did go out, I remember.
Actually, she got there before Mrs. Kenyon did. But the summer house was dark inside, and Mrs. Kenyon never noticed her. The next day, Kitty wrote that letter, but she couldn't bring herself to send it. So she kept that letter till the day before yesterday. Then one of the boys at Sing Sing...
Wait a minute.
Thinking he was doing her a kind action, put a stamp on it and mailed it.
Did you say Sing Sing?
Yes. They're electrocuting her tonight for the murder of an Italian down at Collier's Hook. I found out about the record, all right. But the one thing I wasn't sure of was that she had done the job alone. Now, frankly, the way you acted, I thought that you might have been in on it, too. Well, that's why I had to hear it through. And it was anything but a joke. And now, here it goes to blazes forever. Eight o'clock. Now she's dead.
And so ends The Devil in the Summer House, Tonight's story of Suspense. The part of Mr. Parker was played by Martin Gable. Again next Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. A story dedicated to the thrill of the nighttime, the hushed voice and the prowling step. Another adventure in suspense. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, and John Dixon Carr, the author, are collaborators on Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Bobby! Bobby, where are you? Bobby? Bobby, doll? Bobby? Bobby, come to Mommy. It's time for lunch, honey. Bobby, come into the house. Bobby! Bobby! Oh, brother. This country bit isn't for me. I wish I were back on McDougal Street. Bobby! Oh, Lord. The shed. Just like in my dream. Bobby! 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 Oh, no. Bobby, my baby. Oh, my darling, no. No.
Theater 5 presents Your Time Is Up.
Pretty? Dover Ridge pretty? Well, grass it's got, and trees, green stuff like that. Sure. So's the cemetery. Moving out here was Paul's idea. I want Bobby brought up in the country, Rhoda, like I was, he told me. Well, not if his pop works in the city, I says. Honestly, I should have had my head examined. Me, Rhoda Powers, buried here in the sticks. Away from theaters and concerts and everything. Oh, not that I got to them very often. Pretty. From the first day I came to live here, Dover Ridge gave me the creeps. Lonely? Nuts. It was driving me psycho. Paul, I'd say, I got a feeling. This place is just no good for Bobby.
Oh, Rhoda, that's ridiculous. You're just projecting your own neurotic urban compulsions.
Go fight City Hall. No, Paul, I'm talking about the baby. I told you about this horrible feeling these last couple of days.
Feeling? Delusion?
Delusion schmallusion. Paul, I can't get it out of my head. Like I see Bobby lying dead near that rickety old shed. Oh, Paul, please, take us back to the city, anywhere. Brooklyn, even. We don't have to live in Greenwich Village again.
Rhoda, stop the hysteria.
Hysteria. 2 days later, that was exactly where I found Bobby. Poor little doll. The rusty points of the big hay raker driven through his body near the rickety old shed. Oh, that train whistle. It's been driving me bats all morning. I must be hearing things. There aren't that many trains a month through Dover Ridge. Paul, it seems to say Paul. Now I understand. It's that feeling like just before Bobby died. The train. Paul, the 5:36 train tonight. An accident. Oh, of course. He's got it coming to him, Paul does. Even after Bobby left us, he wouldn't move back. Leaving me here all alone by myself all day. It's no wonder Arthur and I got together. Arthur at least listened to me. That is when he wasn't telling me about his painting. Arthur. If it happens, if Paul, is like I had this feeling we wouldn't have to sneak around like now. Oh, wouldn't that be something? Hey, girl, let's tell him now, huh? Arthur, you busy?
Oh, hi, funny face. I thought you were going to call me today.
Listen, Arthur,
You know I have a deadline on this cover, baby. I was painting all last night.
It's about Paul.
Oh, what about Paul? Did he say anything about us? Hey, have you been blabbing?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, no, nothing like that. I've just had a feeling all morning that we won't have to worry about that kind of thing much longer.
A feeling? Rhoda, do you know something that I don't?
Well, something's going to happen to Paul. I know.
You know what?
He's going to be in a train accident today.
What?
Goodbye, Paul.
Baby, if this is your idea of a joke...
No joke, Arthur. It's just like before Bobby. I have the same feeling about Paul all this morning.
Oh, good Lord, not Paul. But, look, Rhoda, it's just a feeling.
Well, with Bobby it happened. And ever since, I'm like clairvoyant.
Well, if you're that certain, Rhoda, you ought to take steps. Try to prevent it somehow.
Why? Paul didn't lift a finger to save Bobby. And if it happens, well, you and I, we'd be free to do whatever we want.
Oh, there, hold your horses. Rhoda, don't count on me. You know I've never promised anything.
Arthur, you said you loved me.
Oh, now, baby, you've been around. Just because we got kind of thrown together with Paul away all day, why, Paul's my friend. We should have broken off long ago. You know that. Rhoda, I can tell you lately I have felt like a louse.
You ought to. Playing me for a chump.
Look, I got to get back to work.
Goodbye, Arthur.
Come on, no hard feelings. And Rhoda, do me a favor. Call Paul. Keep him away from that train today. Don't forget, Rhoda, you love Paul enough to marry him. Someday you'll thank me.
For nothing. Just like I'd been bounced down the stairs. That's how I felt. Arthur's voice kept coming at me.
Don't forget, Rhoda, you love Paul enough to marry him.
I couldn't remember ever being that cockeyed about Paul. Mostly I remember hating to eat dinner all by myself in some joint.
Someday you'll thank me.
Oh, that'll be the day. It's not like I wanted Paul to die in a train accident. I just knew he would.
Keep him away from that train today.
Now, why should I? Maybe I ought to try. If anything happened to Paul and I hadn't tried, it would be like I did it myself. Now, that kind of a girl I'm not.
Kenmore Advertising, good morning.
Paul Powers, please.
Mr. Powers is in conference.
Well, this is Mrs. Powers. Doris, it's urgent.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. Powers. He can't be disturbed.
Would you please give me Mr. Powers?
All right, Mrs. Powers, but I'm not responsible. One moment, please.
Yes, Powers. What is it, please?
Paul, it's me, Rhoda.
Look, I told that girl not...
Paul, listen, I am very upset.
Rhoda, I can't have you interrupting my work all the time.
Paul, you remember when Bobby was...
Oh, Rhoda, don't start that again, please. I'm late for an appointment. I'll see you tonight.
Paul, please. I called back. They said he'd be out all day. That just left one chance. Almost every day, Paul phoned me from the same booth a few minutes before he got on the train, just so I could mix the martinis and toss the salad. Well, that's the kind of guy he is. He runs his life on a schedule, like a train. So all I had to do was sit watching the clock all day, waiting for his call. Hello? Paul?
Rhoda, it's me, Arthur.
Arthur? I got nothing to say to you.
Have you gotten hold of Paul?
No, I couldn't reach him. And don't bother me and don't come round.
Well, Paul would be suspicious if I suddenly disappeared.
Look, if you don't get off the phone, Buster, he won't be alive to be suspicious. It's almost train time. Goodbye. Oh, come on, ring. Ring. Oh, call, you stupid idiot. Call. Paul, is it you?
Are you expecting somebody
Anybody else?
No, of course not.
Your phone was busy a minute ago. Who were you talking to?
It was just a wrong number.
Was it? Well, regular time. Have things ready?
No, Paul, no.
No?
No, don't hang up.
Well, if I don't get on now, somebody will take my seat. You know how I hate to sit anywhere else.
Remember when I called you this morning?
Oh, we'll talk about it tonight at 8:45.
No, listen to me, Paul. Don't get on the train, huh? Stay in New York tonight.
Rhoda, I don't want to be in your way or anything. I don't have to come home tonight. I don't have to come home again ever.
Paul, it's nothing like that.
Well, just why do you want to be alone?
Alone. If there's anything I hate, it's being alone. That's why you can't come home tonight.
You're not talking sense, Rhoda.
Oh, all right, I didn't want to, but I'll tell you. All day long, I've had the same feeling I had before Bobby was killed, only this time it was going to be you. And it was going to be the 5:36 train to Dover Ridge.
Oh, now, really, Rhoda, how ridiculous can you get? Look, you took a course in psychology at the new school, didn't you? Can't you recognize a death wish when you see it?
But, Paul, I don't want to see you die. If I did, I wouldn't have tried to call you up. Oh, Paul, please don't be so smug. Please let the train go without you.
Absolutely not. I'm not running my life by your crazy whims. I'm getting my usual seat and my regular train at my regular time.
Well, then go ahead. Just go ahead and do it. Do it. Get on your regular train and take your regular seat. I did everything I could. Now die, do you hear me? Die if you want to. Die. As soon as I told Paul to go ahead and die if he wanted to, I sizzled down. Nobody has a temper like mine. I knew I had to make one more try to stop him from getting on that train. Like I say, Paul always called me from the same booth. And once I jotted down the number so I could call him back. Oh, busy. Oh, someone took the booth. Yes?
Hi, Rhoda. It's me again.
Oh, Paul. I called the booth and the line was busy.
I was dialing you. Look, the train leaves in a minute. I called because you sounded so funny.
I was disturbed. You weren't paying any attention to me. And I guess it sounds like a cockamamie story, but worst comes to worst, you stay in New York and there's no accident.
Well, you say you hate to be alone at night in the country.
Well, one night is better than forever, right?
Well, what gave you the idea that I'd be in a train accident?
I don't know, but didn't I tell you about Bobby before he was killed?
Yes, Rhoda, you did, and I wish to God I'd listened to you.
Well, Paul, will you listen to me now?
But, honey, the whole thing is so irrational.
Oh, for once in your life, admit that there are some things you can't figure out with reason and psychology. Brains I don't have, Paul. So maybe I got something else. Intuition, sixth sense, who knows? Just stay off the train, please.
You really care?
Oh, what do you think I am, Paul? Heartless or something? Look, I tried to call you at the office, and then you were out, and I couldn't do anything but wait.
You really care that much, Rhoda?
Well, what's so strange?
Well, I just didn't know. You've been so remote from me recently.
Well, maybe you've been Cary Grant to me?
What? Oh, there's my train now. I've got to run.
No.
Now, Rhoda.
Oh, please.
I can't figure you out, honey. But tonight I'm going to do what you ask.
You'll stay?
All aboard. The 5:36 is pulling out now.
Oh, Paul, I'm so happy I could scream.
You know how I feel? I'm going to go down to the village and celebrate.
Where?
To Bonvini's. Where else? Isn't that where I met you?
Oh, I wish I were with you.
So do I. You know, I'll never forget that first time. Remember what you said when Luigi asked if I could sit at your table? You said, I'll eat with anybody. Now, was that nice?
Well, how about you? The way you looked at me, as if I were just a thing.
No, Rhoda. I just didn't know any girls like you. The copper bracelet, the dangling earrings, the thongs on your feet, that peasant blouse, so low cut.
You sure noticed that. You almost got tangled up in your spaghetti.
You know, Rhoda, I've never had so much fun before. You were so lively and so different from anyone I ever knew.
Well, you looked as if you could stand for fun. You were so stiff and proper, like you were standing at attention.
I didn't even know your name. You know, what I could never figure out, darling?
Sure I know. Me.
I never could figure out why you paid any attention to me.
No, what's so hard about that? You were a man. Only, sometimes you look like a boy in his Sunday school suit. Besides, you treated me like a lady, and oh, you seem to have everything. I don't mean money, though. You had a lot more of that than the village characters I was going out with. But you seemed to know who you were, and where you were going, and why. You had a haircut and a pressed suit, and you didn't laugh a lot, but when you did, it wasn't so that people would look at you. And all the things I sweated to have, like education and poise and distinction, you know, well, they seemed born with you. I guess that's why I fell for you like a ton of bagels, Paul. And when you hinted we might get married, ooh, I felt like I was Cinderella after the shoe fitting.
Rhoda, you never told me that.
I didn't think you'd like to hear it. Gee, I thought you liked me because I was kooky and cool.
Your time is up. Deposit 45 cents, please.
One moment, operator.
Oh.
Thank you, sir.
Paul. Oh, you're spending a fortune.
Worth every penny. You know, I've learned more over the phone here than in 8 years of marriage.
Well, you could also talk to me sometime when it doesn't cost. You could leave your attaché case in the office some evening. We could have fun like we used to.
I'll bet we could. It's been a long time, Rhoda.
Oh, tomorrow, Paul. You'll see. We'll start catching up, huh?
Tomorrow? Why not tonight?
Oh, but you're going to Bonavini's, and the next train is in an hour and a half.
Oh, what's Luigi's without you, darling? And who says I have to wait for the next train? I'll take a cab.
A cab? All the way to Dover Ridge? You're crazy.
About you, Rhoda, yes.
Oh, darling, tell the taxi to hurry.
I'm on my way before that operator can say your time is up again.
Your time is up. Deposit 45.
Never mind, operator. Bye, darling. In those few minutes, yakking with Paul on the phone, all the rust and cobwebs in our marriage were cleared away. I was looking forward to Paul's coming home. It was a long time since I felt that way about him. Still, that funny feeling I'd had all day still hung around. And it had the same ingredients. Paul, the 5:36 train, an accident. Only now, in my mind, it got all mixed up with the operator saying,
Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up.
It made no sense now. Because Paul loved me and he trusted me. So he'd given up the train. He was coming by cab. No matter what happened to the train, nothing could harm Paul. Oh, it was 6 o'clock. I had a lot to do before Paul arrived. As I started to prepare dinner, I had a funny thought. Arthur had said that someday I'd thank him. I thought he was crazy. Well, it was Arthur who told me to get a hold of Paul and tell him to stay off the 5:36. So when I was about ready...
Hello?
Arthur? Rhoda.
Yes?
I wanted to talk to you.
Look, kiddo, I told you this morning that I didn't want to play games anymore.
Oh, me neither, Arthur. That's over. But I just have a couple of minutes before Paul will be in.
Well, the train hasn't passed here.
He's not coming by train, Arthur. I got a hold of him and I talked him out of it, and you know what? Paul wanted to get home to me so badly, he took a cab all the way from New York.
Paul spent money on a cab? Oh, no.
Anyway, Arthur, you know what you said this morning? That someday I'd thank you?
I think you will.
Well, this is the day.
Rhoda, you're a good kid. Hey, Rhoda, guess what? I see Paul's cab.
You do?
Yeah, on the road. It sure looks funny. A New York City cab way out here. Boy, it's gone about 80.
What's that? Is that the train?
Yeah, it's just at the crossing. Oh. Oh, no. Rhoda, the cab. Paul's cab is racing the train to the crossing.
Arthur?
No!
Arthur, what was that? What's happening? Oh, never mind, Arthur. I know. I guess I knew all along. Paul wanted to be buried in Dover Ridge. He liked it here. And so I stayed. I hate the country and I'm alone. But I guess I'd hate it and be alone anywhere. We came here because Paul wanted Bobby brought up in the country. Well, now they're both gone. But I might as well stay. I know that no matter what I do, even if I live in a crowded city, I'll never escape my loneliness.
Theater 5 has presented Your Time Is Up, written by Raphael David Blau and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Natalie Priest, Betty Walker, Paul McGrath, and Norman Rose. Audio engineer Neil Pultz. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser.
The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Kogan, and presenting tonight two of radio's foremost personalities, Everett Sloane and Kermit Murdoch, in Survival of the Fittest.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we hear a strange story of hate and intrigue. I call it Survival of the Fittest.
But first, a short message from the Ford dealers of America. Over 120,000 delighted motorists are already driving the new 50 Ford. Here's what Mrs. Emily E. Curry, a welfare worker, said about her 50 Ford.
As a welfare worker, I'm constantly on the go, and I must have a car that's dependable. But being a woman, naturally, I want a pretty car, too. I looked at all the cars and selected Ford because it gives me most of what I want. It's dependable, economical, and a real beauty both inside and outside. I've owned several makes of cars, but none that I like so well as my new 50 Ford.
We Ford dealers are not surprised that new owners rave about their 50 Fords. We know every detail of its 50 ways new for 50. But you won't be able to believe how good it is until you test drive the 50 Ford. The classified phone directory will give you the name of the nearest Ford dealer, or perhaps you know him personally. Why don't you phone him tomorrow? Before you buy any car at any price, test drive the 50 Ford.
Our story begins near the outskirts of a small New England town. It is early evening. Situated on a high hill that overlooks the town is a large and ancient mansion, the ancestral home of 5 generations of DeWitts. A car turns off the highway and into the private road. Slowly it crawls along the winding and bumpy driveway, its headlights illuminating the crumbling, ghostly-looking mansion. At last the car comes to a stop. An elderly man gets out and walks up the wide stone steps to the front door. He looks about uneasily, then lifts the huge knocker on the door.
Skylar, open up. Let me in. Skylar, open up.
Who's down there?
It's Paul Adams. I must see you.
Go away, you old vulture. I don't want to see you.
Skylar, I'm your lawyer, and I demand that you let me in.
No one sets foot in this house. No one, do you hear? That includes you.
I've got to talk to you. Now, you've got a great many legal matters to discuss.
Just leave those legal papers on the front steps and get off my property. I'll look them over in my own good time, just like I've always done.
But, Skylar, now, how can I...
Don't argue, you old vulture. Just do as I say.
All right, Skylar. I'm leaving the briefcase by the front door. I'll look everything over. I'll be back tomorrow night to pick it up.
I thought you'd see it my way. Now get off my property. You're trespassing.
Oh, good evening, Paul. Come in.
Thank you, Alex.
Come into my study. What brings you here at this hour?
Alex, I've just been out to the DeWitt mansion to see Schuyler.
Oh? Have a seat.
Thank you.
What did you go out to see Schuyler about? Legal matters?
What else? Alex, that man's getting more and more difficult to deal with. You realize that in the 20 years I've been his lawyer, he's never allowed me into that house? Why, I hardly know what he looks like.
I'm afraid very few people do.
Alex, you're his doctor, the one person he permits inside that mansion. You've got to do something.
What do you suggest?
He's getting worse all the time. It's unbelievable. A man with all that money cutting himself off from life. And all on account of a woman.
You never knew Schuyler's wife, did you?
No. Was she as beautiful as they say?
Words can't describe Christine's beauty. She was the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. And the cleverest as well.
It sounds to me, Doctor, as though you'd been in love with her yourself.
I was. I'll never forget the day that Christine ran off to Paris with Gordon DeWitt, Schuyler's brother. When Schuyler found her note, he was like a madman.
Too bad. But both Christine and Gordon DeWitt are dead. They're killed in that air raid in London during the war. Now, Schuyler knows that. It's time he stopped thinking of her.
Not Schuyler. He'll go on living in that huge mansion with his memories until the day he dies.
You'd think he'd go insane there alone without anyone to talk to.
He isn't quite alone. He has 3 cats for company.
Cats? Call that company? What does he do with himself?
Well, for one thing, he reads a great deal. Yes. At this moment, he's probably sitting in his study, reading by oil light. There are books piled all over the place, with hardly space to walk. And the cats are in the study with him. You know, I suspect that when Schuyler is alone, he speaks to them, treats them as if they were human, could understand.
This book, Socrates, was written by a fool. Sheer nonsense, every word of it. Don't know why I wasted so much time on it. Well, enough of it. It's well after midnight, and we... Oh, what infernal fool is at our door at this hour? It couldn't be Dr. Stevens. He's got more sense. Must be that lawyer of mine, Paul Adams, come back again. Don't know why I put up with that man.
Hey, who's down there?
Come down and open the door, Schuyler. I want to see you.
Go away, whoever you are.
Don't you recognize my voice?
Who is it?
It's your brother.
My brother? What do you take me for, a fool? Get off my property.
Come down and open the door, Schuyler. It's Gordon.
His voice, but it couldn't be. It couldn't be.
You hear me, Schuyler?
No, you can't be Gordon. Gordon was killed in an air raid during the war. He's been dead 5 years.
So everyone believes. I have a cigarette lighter here. I'll light it and hold it up to my face. There.
Gordon. It is Gordon.
Satisfied? Now let me in.
So you're alive, huh? And you've come back. This is the last place in the world you should have returned to, Gordon.
Perhaps. You coming down to let me in?
Yes, Gordon. I'm coming down.
Come in, Gordon.
You've changed, Schuyler. Considerably.
Yes, Gordon. I've changed considerably. It's been 20 years. They said you'd been killed in an air raid during the war.
I walked out of a London theater 2 minutes before it was demolished by a bomb. It was assumed I'd been killed with hundreds of others.
And Christine?
She died in the theater.
Poor Christine.
Poor Christine, indeed.
You dare laugh at her memory?
It's time, Schuyler, you learn the truth about Christine.
I forbid you to speak about her, Gordon. Not a word.
You're going to listen whether you like it or not. Sit down.
I'll kill you, Gordon.
Sit where you are. That's better.
From the moment you met Christine 25 years ago, you behaved like a fool. You saw Christine not as she was, but as someone to be placed on a pedestal, worshipped. She was never the woman you dreamed of. Christine was like the rest of us, with all our faults and weaknesses.
Everything you're saying is a lie, a lie.
If she hadn't run off with me, she'd have run off with any one of half a dozen other men who were in love with her.
Not a word you're saying is true, not a word. You turned her head with your lies and promises. You robbed me of her love, lured her away.
Only an idiot would believe that. Christine ran off with me because she wanted to. She was a woman with desires and a mind of her own.
I don't believe a word of it, not a word. You're saying all this for a purpose. What do you want? Why have you come here?
What I've told you is true. My purpose in coming here? Very simple. Money. I chose to allow everyone to believe I'd died in that London theater because I was heavily in debt. Since that time, I've been living in France under an assumed identity.
And you've finally come here for financial assistance, eh?
Yes, Schuyler, I have. I know that you're worth millions. You can well afford to give me a small part of it.
A bit ironic, don't you think? You run off with a man's wife, and 20 years later, you ask him to assist you.
I tell you were well rid of Christine. The woman you loved didn't exist.
And for revealing this great truth to me after 20 years, you expect money, hmm?
I'm still your brother. You can't let me starve.
No, of course I won't let you starve, Gordon. As you say, you are my brother.
Then you will give me some money.
Money? No. But you're perfectly free to live here with me, Gordon. I've plenty of empty rooms, 40 to be exact. You'll find here food and shelter, and brotherly love, of course.
It wasn't my idea to live here.
I'm sorry, Gordon, but that's all I can offer you.
I see. Thank you, Schuyler.
Leaving already?
Goodbye, Schuyler.
Goodbye, Gordon. Yes, Socrates. He'll be back. He'll be back. Well, someone at the front door. Must be Gordon. I knew he'd be back. Held out a week, but in the end, he came back. Yeah, who is it?
Dr. Stevens.
Oh, you, Doctor.
Come down and open the door, Schuyler. It's been 6 months since you've let me in. It's time you had a checkup.
Go away, Doctor. I'm feeling fine.
Oh, are you now? Why is your voice so hoarse?
I've had a light cold for a couple of weeks, that's all. I don't need any doctor. Now go away.
Well, let me in anyway. We can talk, can't we?
We've got nothing to talk about, Doctor. You live in one world, I live in another.
And what of Christine, Schuyler? We both knew her, loved her.
Yes, we both knew her, but I was the only one she loved. Everything he said was a pack of lies, nothing but lies.
What's that? Schuyler, let me in. I can't hear you from here.
Huh? All right. I'm coming down. Have a seat, Doctor.
Thank you, Schuyler. You have the oil wicks down so low there's hardly any light.
Light isn't necessary for talk, Doctor.
No, I suppose it isn't. How have you been feeling, Schuyler? Do you have any chest pains? Sounds like a heavy cold to me.
I told you I'm all right. Have you had any callers lately?
Callers?
I mean, has anyone shown up you haven't seen in years?
Why, no. Why do you ask?
I was just wondering. Gordon is back.
Gordon is back?
Yes.
What are you talking about, Schuyler? Gordon is dead.
No, he's alive.
You don't know what you're saying, Schuyler. He was killed in a London air raid during the war.
No, you're wrong. Gordon walked out of that theater 2 minutes before it was bombed, leaving Christine behind. He told me so himself.
Told you so himself?
Yes, he showed up here a week ago, the same Gordon. 20 years older, a bit down at the heel, but as debonair as ever. And as skillful a liar, I might add.
But he's dead, I tell you.
Yes, that's what I thought, but he isn't. Trust Gordon to come out of an air raid alive.
Schuyler, get a hold of yourself. You imagined it all.
Imagined it all?
Yes, you didn't see Gordon. It was all an hallucination.
Hallucination? What are you trying to say? That I'm going mad? I tell you, he was here a week ago, sat in the same chair you're sitting in.
How could he, Schuyler, when he's dead?
But he isn't.
Schuyler, listen. I was stationed in London during the war. Knew the medical officers whose job it was to treat the air raid wounded and identify the dead. But
what are you getting at?
I spoke to the officer who identified Gordon and Christine.
What?
Yes. Both were horribly mutilated, of course. But Gordon was identified by his name bracelet, his ring, and watch.
No. No, that couldn't be.
It's true. I myself saw the bracelet, the ring, and watch. I recognized the ring. It was the one Gordon got on his 21st birthday.
Gordon dead?
Yes.
But I saw him. I'd swear to it.
Of course you would, Schuyler. Hallucinations are like that. So vivid, so lifelike that you would swear to them. Now listen to me, Schuyler. You know I'm your friend. Have been since we were children. I want you to listen to me very carefully. Good night, Schuyler. Just leave everything to me. It shouldn't take longer than 2 weeks.
All right, Doctor.
Everything's going to be all right. There's nothing to worry about. Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Good evening, Schuyler.
Wait. Hey, Gordon!
That was Alex Stevens, wasn't it? I decided to wait till he left.
You're dead. You're dead.
What are you talking about?
You must be.
You've gone out of your mind? Here. Feel my hand. Is that a dead man's hand?
But Dr. Stevens said your body had been identified, that he himself had seen your bracelet, ring, watch.
So you told him I'd call on you, hmm?
He said I'd had a hallucination.
Hallucination? I'm afraid not.
But the body that was identified, the bracelet, ring, and watch.
Very simple. I ran back to the theater after the explosion to see if Christine was still alive. It was then it occurred to me how convenient it would be to have myself thought dead. I found a badly mangled body, removed the identification, and substituted my own.
And they thought it was you?
Yes. Shall we go in the house?
By all means, Gordon. By all means. Well, I gather that you've decided to take advantage of my generous offer.
Yes, Schuyler, I haven't any choice. I'm stone broke.
I see. Have a seat, Gordon.
Thank you. What the devil's so funny?
Oh, clever, Gordon. You think I don't know what you've come back for, eh, Gordon?
What are you talking about?
As you well recall, Gordon, Mother left me the income from a $500,000 trust fund. When I die, that trust fund will go to charity. However, if you should turn up after my death, the income would go to you, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
$40,000 a year. That's a tidy sum. Have you decided how you're going to do it, Gordon? What's it to be, a gun? Poison? A blunt instrument?
I haven't quite made up my mind, Schuyler. Aren't you a little frightened?
Why should I be? You're going to find me a very difficult problem, Gordon. Unless I die a natural death, you'll be open to suspicion when you appear to claim the income from the trust fund.
I'm aware of that, Schuyler.
Yes, indeed. I'm going to be quite a problem. Perhaps even a bigger one than you think.
I don't think so, Schuyler.
No? How can you be sure, Gordon, that you won't wind up as the victim? After all, it would be a simple matter for me to, say, poison you, bury you in this cellar. As far as the world is concerned, Gordon DeWitt is dead. No one would come looking for you.
I'm also aware of that, Schuyler. I shall be on my guard.
Yes, Gordon, be on your guard. For I suspect that in a very short time, there's going to be one less DeWitt in this world.
There's an old saying that seeing is believing. But more than 120,000 enthusiastic Ford owners say driving is the proof positive. That's why we Ford dealers want you to test drive the 50 Ford before you buy any car. You get the quality feel the moment you slide behind the wheel. A finger's touch brings the great new V8 engine into quiet, eager life. And then as you start your test drive, you'll feel the tremendous power and acceleration at your command. You'll immediately notice the quietness of both the motor and the sound-conditioned lifeguard body. Take out over a rough, tough road and marvel at the way the midship ride floats you across those bumps. Test drive those 35% easier-acting king-size brakes. The lightest touch brings you to a safe, sure stop. Any Ford dealer will arrange a test drive. If you don't know him personally, he's listed in the classified phone book. Call him tomorrow. Before you buy any car at any price, test drive the 50 Ford. It will open your eyes. Now, back to Survival of the Fittest.
Now, Gordon, supper's ready.
You don't say. No doubt another one of those indigestible affairs you call supper.
Well, you haven't died yet from one of my meals, Gordon, and you've been here 2 weeks already. Sit down, join me.
Bread, beans, and canned pork. Is that all you ever eat?
Just about, Gordon. Oh, help yourself.
Thanks. After you.
Oh, of course. After all, I did prepare the meal, didn't I?
I may be drunk, but not that drunk.
Now, Gordon, you mustn't be irritable because you haven't been able to think of a way of killing me and making it look like a natural death. After all, I warned you that I would be a problem.
Yes, but I'm no problem. No one knows I'm alive. No one knows I'm here. What are you waiting for? Afraid?
Certainly not. It's just that I enjoy the situation.
You want to draw this out the last moment, don't you? You think I'll break from the strain of being on constant guard? You're wrong, Schuyler. I won't.
No? Then why have you taken to drink? And look at yourself. You haven't shaved since you set foot in this house.
Drunk or sober, I'm a better man than you.
We shall see, Gordon. We shall see. More beans?
Aren't you afraid you may wait too long, Schuyler? I may try to kill you sooner than you believe.
I think I shall sense the moment when you finally thought out a plan and decided to act.
You will? Look, Schuyler, I'm picking up this bread knife. How do you know I'm not going to kill you now?
You can't. You haven't thought out a plan yet.
You're wrong. I've had a plan from the moment I entered this house 2 weeks ago.
What?
Yes, Schuyler. As for my drinking, that was an act. An act designed to give you a sense of security and to give me time.
What do you mean?
I've had time to observe you closely, hear the way you talk, learn your every mannerism.
You couldn't get away with it. You couldn't.
Why not, Schuyler? Only one person ever sets foot in this house, Dr. Stevens. He sees you rarely, and only for a few minutes. The light is always dim. At best, you're a shadowy figure.
He'd sense the difference. You'd be caught.
No, Schuyler. There's a strong resemblance between you and me, and with this beard I'm growing, he'll never know the difference. No, you don't.
You robbed me of Christine, but you won't get my money. You won't get my money.
I'll get it, as I've gotten everything I wanted.
No, don't. You stab. Oh.
You're dying, Schuyler. You hear? You've lost.
They'll hang you for this, Gordon. They'll hang you.
No, Schuyler. But when you die, I'll be Schuyler DeWitt. I'll bury you in the cellar, and that will be the end of it all.
You'll never get away with it.
But I will, Schuyler. And I want you to die knowing that. Your millions, Schuyler. They'll all be mine.
No. You...
Schuyler? Poor Schuyler. He never had a chance. Here, Socrates. Get away, Plato. You've had enough to eat. As long as you're fed, you don't mind having a new master, do you? Now, you're the only ones who can give me away. But I don't think you will. Seems we have a visitor. Now for the impersonation of Schuyler.
Who's down there?
It's Dr. Stevens, Schuyler. Sounds as though your cold is gone.
My cold? Oh, yes.
Come down, let me in.
Go away. I don't want to see anyone.
Now, don't be unreasonable. You and I have been friends for a long time. Come down and let me in.
Not tonight, Doctor. Now go away.
What do we do now, Doc? Let me handle this. You just stay in the car.
Who's that down there with you?
Your lawyer, Paul Adams, and a friend.
Well, get off my property, all of you.
Skylar, I insist that you let me in. If you don't, I'll force my way in.
You'd be breaking the law. That's what you'll be doing, breaking the law.
Are you coming down, or do I have to force my way in?
I'm coming, Doctor. And you'd better have a good reason for all this. Well, what is the meaning of this, Doctor?
Now, Skylar, I told you I'd be back in a couple of weeks.
Well, maybe you did, but that doesn't mean I have to see you. A man can change his mind, you know.
Oh, so that's it. You've changed your mind.
Well, yes.
I'm afraid it's too late for that, Skylar.
What do you mean?
Don't fence with me, Skylar. I thought we'd gone over this already.
Well, maybe we did, but I don't know.
Believe me, Skylar, it's for the best. Have you packed?
Packed? I'm not going anywhere.
I told you it's too late to change your mind. Now let me get a few of your things together.
I'm not going. I'm staying here in my home.
Skylar, I'm your doctor. I know what's best for you. Don't compel me to use force.
Force?
Yes.
This is my house, and if I want to stay here, I'll stay. Now get out.
Are you forgetting this, Skylar?
What's that?
You know very well what it is. These are the papers you signed the last time I was here.
Papers?
Yes. Committing yourself to an institution. Don't you remember?
Institution?
You don't remember. Which proves how right I was. First, hallucinations. Now, loss of memory. Come along, Skylar.
No. You can't put me in an institution. I didn't sign those commitment papers.
Please, Skylar.
I'm not Skylar. I'm Gordon. Gordon DeWitt.
Gordon DeWitt?
Yes, Skylar's dead. I'm Gordon. I'm not insane.
Of course you're not. Now, come along.
I tell you, I'm not Skylar. Skylar's dead. He's buried in the...
Yes?
Nothing. I guess you're right, Doctor. I am Skylar DeWitt. I've got to be Skylar DeWitt. I've got to be.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? What happened to Gordon DeWitt? Or should I say, Skylar DeWitt? Well, the poor man was taken to a mental institution, and quite depressed he was, too. In the months that followed, he could never quite make up his mind who he was. One moment he would insist he was Gordon DeWitt, then the next moment, suddenly frightened, he would claim he was Skylar DeWitt. Looks as though the poor fellow is a hopeless case, and he's doomed... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
More than 120,000 delighted motorists are already driving the new 50 Ford. Here's what Charles Dahlgren, a contractor, said about his 50 Ford.
Well, to make money in my contracting business, I must have equipment that's efficient and economical. And I get more of both from my 50 Ford than any other car I've ever driven. In my work, I've given my Ford a real beating. And it sure can take it. The big V8 Ford engine gives me power to spare. And our maintenance cost records show that this car is one of the most economical machines we have on the job.
We Ford dealers know why owners are raving about their 1950 Fords. Their daily driving has proved that the 50 Ford has everything. But until you get behind the wheel yourself, you can't believe how good it is. Your Ford dealer will be delighted to arrange a test drive. You'll find him listed in the classified section of your phone book. Or perhaps you know him personally. Phone him in the morning. Before you buy any car, at any price, test drive the 50 Ford. It will open your eyes. You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, which is played by Maurice Tarplin. In the cast were Everett Sloan, Kermit Murdoch, and Cameron Prudhomme. Original music is composed and played by Al Finelli. This is Derwin Kirby speaking, and this is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Man lives in a world of time and space. He lives in a spectrum of the universe. When he ventures beyond this limit, he is in the unknown, a realm where strange forces are brought into play. When man attempts to misuse these forces, he is sometimes destroyed. This is Macabre. The Far East Network presents in special performance Macabre. Tonight's story, Final Resting Place.
Roger, this doesn't look like the road. Honey, I think we're lost.
It has to be right, Sue. Justice of the Peace back at Carterville said the lake was on the main highway. We haven't made any turns.
But, darling, it's getting dark. This road doesn't look well traveled. I really think we made a wrong turn somewhere.
Mrs. Kent, your husband solemnly promises to deliver his bride of a few hours safely and surely to Honeymoon Lodge on Mirror Lake. Now, let's hear no more about it. Come on, move closer. Head on my shoulder. That's it.
Roger, you better watch the road.
Why? We haven't passed another car for an hour. Relax, Sue. It's a fine way to start a married life of bliss.
Look, there's a sign. Can you make it out?
Yeah. Randolph, 5 miles.
Are we supposed to go this way?
Sure. Why'd I tell you? It's only 50 miles farther. Randolph is our halfway point.
But this country road, how can they call a lonely trail like this a highway?
You're just a sophisticated cityite. Now close your eyes and listen to the radio. We'll be there before you know it.
All right, darling. I guess I'm getting jumpy.
Head on my shoulder and not another word. Okay?
Okay.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. Authorities at the state asylum have just issued the following warning. A dangerous homicidal maniac escaped custody this morning and is believed to be in the vicinity of Randolph.
Roger.
He's 45 years of age, weighs 200 pounds, has thick gray hair, and answers to the name of Dr. Vardmore. We repeat, this man is a dangerous killer. Those in the vicinity of Randolph are urged to take extra precaution tonight. Since this killer is armed, the public is warned against walking alone or driving at night on the quiet roads near Randolph. Report all suspicious persons to the county sheriff's office. Now we return you to Stars of Music.
Roger, did you hear that?
Sure, but how does it concern us?
Darling, we are driving down a country road near Randolph. Suppose we should have car trouble or a flat tire.
Oh, you are getting jumpy.
Let's stop in Randolph for the night.
But, Sue, our reservations at Mirror Lake are for tonight.
Please, Roger. I have the strangest feeling. If we don't stop at Randolph, we'll never reach Mirror Lake.
Great idea, Sue.
What, darling?
Stopping here for the night? Now we can see the carnival.
It's all right while these people are here, I guess. But we'd better go back to the hotel before they leave.
Are you still afraid?
Well, kinda. Aren't you?
Come on. I'll show you a good time. You'll forget all about it.
Okay. What's that man doing over there?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you would kindly step closer,
I don't know. Let's
I
find
will
out.
demonstrate for you one of the great marvels of all time. As you see at my feet is a hole, an excavation 6 feet in depth, a grave, if you will. And beside me here is a casket. Now, friends, what do you think we are going to do? Now, friends, ladies and gentlemen, have no fear. Tonight, I, Professor Vincent, will select someone, one of you from the audience, to be hypnotized and placed in this casket. Then I will bury him alive for 5 days.
If he's not buried that long, he ain't going to wind up much alive.
Just a moment, please. 5 days at $100 a day. Now, what do you say? Who wants to make $500? There is absolutely no danger. A shaft will be sunk so that we can see your head. You'll get plenty of light and air. Food will be lowered to you. Nothing to it at all. Who'll be the first volunteer?
You got as popular as an undertaker, pal.
Come now, ladies and gentlemen. Under hypnosis, believe me, 5 days will seem like an hour. The easiest $500 you've ever made. Who will volunteer? How about you, my bumpkin comedian friend?
No, sirree. Last year I took sick with pneumonia. Thought sure I'd end up in one of them boxes.
Did you recover? It's hard to tell from looking at you. You, sir, what is your name?
Roger, he's pointing at you.
I don't think I'd be interested.
Who are you, sir?
Roger Kent.
Roger Kent. Does $500 interest you?
Well, sure, but,
Good. Good, you'll make a fine subject.
Now, wait a minute.
And, Roger, who is the young lady with you?
My wife, Sue.
Oh? And what do you say, Mrs. Kent?
Why, I think it's just a dreadful idea. No.
You better pick someone else, Professor.
Nonsense. Do you need the money?
We do need it. But not this way, Roger. It's awful.
$500 would pay off the car. We still have 10 days left for our honeymoon, Sue.
Well, how about it, friends?
Don't let him tempt you. I don't like that man.
It is a lot of money for only 5 days.
We can't wait all night. What do you say?
I don't know.
Say no, Roger.
Speak up. Yes or no?
I'd hate to turn it down.
You're not going to be buried in that terrible coffin. Tell him no.
Go ahead, pal. We got a first-class cemetery.
All right, everyone. Roger and Sue, time's up. Tell you what I'll do. Think it over. If you decide to go through with it, come back after a couple of hours when the carnival is closed for the night. I'll be waiting for you in my trailer.
Oh, Roger, he wants you. I'm afraid of that man.
Don't forget, I'll wait up for you until you decide one way or the other. Roger Kent will hold the grave open for you.
Roger, I'm afraid.
Listen, Sue, my mind's made up.
But suppose...
Face up to it. We need the money. That's the easiest $500 I ever heard of.
Darling, I know that.
Then what's the matter?
Well, in the first place, we shouldn't be out here in the dark with that madman loose. In the second place...
Professor Vincent seems too interested in me.
Oh, Roger, you read my mind. I'm just trying to protect you, honey. That man, I don't know. There's something wrong.
Admit it, Sue. You don't like the buried alive act. Isn't that it?
Yes, I guess so. It's horrible.
I thought so. Uh-oh. This must be his trailer. Professor Vincent. Here it is.
Roger.
Yeah?
If he answers, there'll be no turning back. It'll be too late.
I know. No turning back.
Professor Vincent?
Come in, Roger and Sue. Come in.
Did you really think we'd come?
I was certain. You see, there is no other way. When I count 3, Roger, you will be asleep. Sound asleep on your feet. Then, Roger, you will be placed in the coffin and lowered into the grave for your 5-day rest. Now look deeply into my eyes. Deeply. Inhale and look deeply into my eyes. You're going to sleep, Roger. To sleep. You can no longer move your arms. They hang helpless at your side. Sleep, Roger. Close your eyes and sleep. 1, 2, your eyes are closed. And now you are powerless to open them. You are 3. Asleep. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to place Roger Kent in the casket. Whom among you in the audience will help me?
I will, Professor.
All right, my friend. Step right up here now. Here, help me raise the lid of this coffin.
Now, give me his feet and we'll put him in.
Careful. He's a big man. There. He's in.
God, heavy as a rock. Just like a dead man.
Yes, now, close the lid. Close it. Now we're ready to lower into the grave. You see, the casket is supported over the open hole by 2 chains. If you'll flip that switch the same time I flip this one, Mr. Kent will be gently deposited in his grave.
This one?
Yes. There it goes.
Glory be. Just like a real funeral. Reminds me of the time we buried my grandpappy.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few moments, the coffin will lie at the bottom of the grave. We will then place an air shaft down to Mr. Kent's head so that he will be able to breathe. And all of you will be able to see him at 25 cents apiece.
I don't know. I just don't know.
Thank you, friend. You've done your work now. Will you kindly leave? Thank you. You are witnessing the marvel of the age. A human being being buried alive. The casket has stopped. Will another volunteer from the audience help me position the air shaft?
How about me?
Fine. Step up here, friend, if you please.
You picked the right one this time, Governor.
So?
I used to work at a funeral parlor. Handled a stiff.
Yes, now, just pick up that end of the metal shaft, please. Easy does it. Now, down over the round opening on the casket lid. Careful now. There. Thank you very much, my friend. Neat, very neat.
Okay, Governor. What next?
The shovel. The hole must be covered up.
Oh, sure.
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. You have just seen demonstrated the marvel of the age. A man buried alive. Mr. Kent will lie there in a deep slumber, the end of which time we'll dig him up and pay him $500. In the meantime, my friends, you may step up here and view him down the shaft for a small sum of 25 cents, 1/4, the 1/4 part of a dollar. Ladies and gentlemen, who will be first among you?
No, sir.
What's that you say?
Dishonest, I say.
What's the matter with you?
Charging money to see him buried alive.
What?
I ought to know. I helped you lift him in.
Leave the carnival, sir. Leave here immediately.
That man ain't buried alive. He's dead.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Kent. This is Professor Vincent. I got your message. First chance I've had to call you.
Oh, Professor, I'm so glad you did.
What's on your mind?
How is Roger?
I keep telling you he's all right. Now you must stop this nonsense.
Well, it's been 3 days since he was buried, and he just lies there so still. Oh, if I could only talk to him.
Mrs. Kent.
I called down to him, but he never moves or opens his eyes. And after all this time, I know something is wrong. Roger wouldn't let me worry like this. He'd at least look up and smile, if he could.
How many times must I repeat he is hypnotized?
We interrupt this program for a special news bulletin.
Oh, just a moment, Professor. The radio...
Sheriff's office has just confirmed the whereabouts of the homicidal maniac who escaped from the state asylum 3 days ago. This dangerous killer who calls himself Dr. Vardmore is now known to be in the immediate vicinity of Randolph. Everyone is cautioned against walking alone on the streets after dark. If you plan to attend the carnival, kindly do so with friends, and leave the carnival in the company of others. Report all suspicious persons. We return you now to your regular program.
Did you hear that on the radio?
Yes, I did.
Oh, Professor, I'm terribly afraid. I don't want Roger alone down there with this madman, Lou. Please, Professor, dig Roger up tonight.
Mrs. Kent, we made a bargain. A business proposition. Kindly stay in your hotel room and rest. This is the 3rd day. The day after tomorrow, it will be all over for Roger and for you.
Pardon me, ma'am. Are you Mrs. Kent?
Why, yes. Who are you?
I'm the one who helped put your husband in the casket.
Well, why are you talking to me?
I don't know. Just to warn you, I guess. I think your husband's dead.
Oh, you horrible, horrible little man. Get away from me. I'll call the police.
That's you, Mrs. Kent.
Oh, Professor Vincent, I'm so glad to see you. A terrible little man.
Yes, I heard what he said. Now get hold of yourself and listen to me carefully. This is the 5th night.
I want you to go to the hotel and wait until the carnival is over. Tonight is the last showing at Randolph. At 11:30, you take a taxi out here to the lot. I'll meet you. Roger will be ready along with the $500.
All right, Professor. Anything you say. Oh, thank God this is about to end.
Yes, my dear. It's all about to end.
Are you going out, Miss Kent?
Yes, clerk. And here's the key to my room.
Thank you. I don't think it's wise, though. I mean, you're going out alone. It's after 11 and mighty dark tonight.
The police haven't caught the killer yet?
No. Funny thing, too. Looks like he'll have to leave a fresh trail. You know, kill somebody so they'll have more to go on. Now, why don't you take someone with you?
Oh, I'll be all right. I'm meeting Professor Vincent at the carnival lot. This is the night they released my husband.
I see.
Do you know the professor?
Oh, yes, I do.
Well, he's the one who hypnotized Mr. Kent.
No. Professor Vincent didn't.
What?
Professor got sick 5 days ago.
Got sick? Well, then who was Professor Vincent at the carnival?
I don't know. Somebody who took his place, I guess.
Here you are, driver. Thank you. Professor Vincent, it's so dark. Where are you? I'm sure the carnival was on this vacant lot, but now there's nothing. Just a few old papers blowing in the wind. Why did I let that cab leave? No light in sight. Those trees around the lot. What if the killer were hiding there? Oh, the place Roger was there. It was in this direction. This way. Maybe I can find it. And Graham will be gone. But he dug him up and filled a hole. Must be right around here. Oh, where is it? Oh, what's this? A mouse!
No. Oh, they can't do that. They went away and left you buried. Oh, Roger. I'll get you out, honey. Oh, my darling, I'll help you. I'll dig.
Something is watching me from those trees. I saw it move. I could get out of here. I'll be back, Roger. There's no night filling station 5 blocks away. Maybe I can make it there. Oh, it moved again. There is someone out there. Roger? Is that you? No, it's coming after me. It's too big for Roger. I don't know what it is. It's gaining on me. I can't let it catch me. No!
Mrs. Kent, calm yourself, please.
Who are you?
Don't you know? I'm Professor Vincent. I was waiting for you. Now, come with me to my trailer.
No, you're not Professor Vincent.
So, you guessed.
Who are you?
There's nothing to be alarmed about. You're in safe hands at last. I am Victor. Dr. Victor Vardmore.
I've been asleep, I guess. Legs feel cramped. Mind's foggy. Can't remember what happened. Sue, where are you? Dark. Pitch black. Must be night. Quiet. Not a sound. I could only remember. Think back. Smells damp, like fresh earth. Where am I? Gotta get up and stretch my leg. No rooms. Wait a minute. There was this carnival. Professor Vincent. Oh, it's beginning to come back. I was hypnotized and put in a casket. Buried for 5 days, yeah. Yeah, it's clear now. The time's up. Yeah. They're going to dig me up now. Boy, the deep did not expel that little boy put me in. Glad it's over. Okay, Professor. You can bring me up now. I guess he stepped away from the shaft. Shaft? Where's the shaft? It's supposed to be over my head here so I can see up. Can't see a thing. Cloth-lined coffin lid. Where shaft should be. What's going on here? I'd like to get out, Professor. Possible they went away and left me buried alive? Oh, no. Professor! Sue! Help! I'm buried alive! Good Lord. Help! Gotta get out. Help me, somebody! Don't leave me down here to die! Help! Push harder! More! No use. Oh, but... I'm gonna die. You left me here to die. Can't call for help. Nobody'd hear me. Out of a left. Nothing up there but vacant lot, edge of town. Somebody came back. How could he tell I was down here buried? Oh, God, don't let this happen to me. Please. Help me. Save me. God, don't let this. I don't want to die. Roger.
This is Professor Vincent. Now listen carefully.
Where are you? Get me out of here.
Don't fret. Your oxygen supply won't last much longer.
Oxygen?
You're buried alive, Roger. I'm not coming back for you.
Not going back?
I'm leaving you buried there.
Oh, Professor, I'll kill you.
How, Roger? Tell me how.
I'll kill you.
Don't excite yourself any further. The oxygen pellet won't sustain your lungs. You are hearing my voice in a small, shortwave receiver and transmitter near your head. I am talking to you from my trailer about a block from you.
Sue is with me, Roger. I want you to listen very, very carefully.
Sue, there?
Go ahead, Sue. Tell him.
Oh, Roger, are you all right?
Yes. What's he doing with you?
Please do as he says, darling. He's not the real professor. He's that escaped madman from the asylum, Dr. Vardmore.
He's crazy, Sue.
Please, darling, we have no choice.
Please, quick, Sue.
Listen to me. One move like that, and I will kill you both. I've gone to a lot of trouble to set up my final demonstration.
What are you going to do?
I am going to try personality transference. We have the required situation. A man buried alive in mortal fear of death. And the woman he loves, who will do anything to save him.
If we do, as you say, what then?
I will release the two of you.
Then, if we don't...
You have just enough oxygen for just a few more minutes.
I see.
Hurry, Dr. Vardmore, get it over with.
Now, Roger, I want you to think about Sue. Sue, you about Roger. Each imagine he is the other. Roger, you are standing beside me in the trailer. Sue, you are lying down there in the casket.
No!
Cooperate and I will free you. It's your only way out of that grave.
You mean I'll be in Sue's?
Yes, and she in yours.
Do it, darling. It's our only chance.
She's not Sue.
That's enough. One more refusal, and I'll turn off the shortwave transmitter and leave you in your dark world forever. Now, Roger, imagine you are Sue standing here. Sue, you concentrate on being Roger in the casket. Think. Put everything else out of your minds. I have it. Repeat something you both know. Say the 23rd Psalm. Here we go now. Start with me. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside still waters.
He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in paths of righteousness. For his name's sake, even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for thou art with me.
Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table.
Help me! Don't leave me down here! The oxygen, it's coming! Save me! Quickly, take me up! I'm dying! No,
You have just heard Macabre, a special Far East Network presentation. In our cast were John Buey as Professor Vincent, Mitzi Hennessy as Sue, William Verdier as Roger, Milton Radmilovich, Air Force Sergeant Bob Eddy, and Air Force Sergeant Newell Stewart. Technical supervision by Hiroshi Ono. This is Air Force Sergeant Al LePage speaking. Macabre was written and directed by William Verdier.
Macabre comes to you each week at this time through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.